Welcome to the Sci-Fi Center, the place to be, where comic books and wrestling collide magically. Movies, TV shows, and pop culture we share. Get ready to rock, we're here to take you there. From superheroes to aliens in outer space, we've got the latest news and reviews in our embrace. Turn on your screen, let the neon lights glow. We'll take you back to the 80s. Let's rock and roll. Sci-Fi Center, where the legends come alive. Get ready to geek out, let your imagination fly. We're diving into the past with a touch of modern flair. Sci-Fi Center, the ultimate pop culture lair. Come down and get your geek a gift at the Sci-Fi Center. We got almost everything a geek could want at the Sci-Fi Center. You name it, we got it. Star Trek, Star Wars, Marvel, DC, and everything in between at the Sci-Fi Center.
Happy Saturday. Welcome back to the Sci-Fi Center presents. For those of you who are with us here this afternoon, when we did a screening of Star Wars Empire Strikes Back for both the 45th anniversary of the weekend that it was released, which is this very weekend, and also was a fundraiser for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Gotta look to see where we're at because I think a couple donations came in later. I don't know if we had very many during the actual show. So yeah, we made a few bucks. So thank you guys for showing up to that and promoting it and spreading the word. Hopefully we can get people in on this even without them watching it live. I mean, you don't always we air when we air, but most of our viewership and support comes from people who cannot watch us live. So if you're out there, spread it, put it in the laps of somebody you think might be able to contribute. The American Foundation for Suicide Prevention is a very, very, very critical charity. It's a very great cause. I know a lot of us first became aware of it through our affiliation with people that were associated with Zack Snyder and his daughter Autumn, especially after 2017. But prior to that, like I said, as a military veteran, I've gone through all kinds of training, know people, and every one of our lives, I don't know if there's anybody that I know of that that has not had their lives touched in some way, shape, or form by someone taking their own lives or harming themselves. Even the people who are left behind, that the charities for them too, not just for the person who's considering the event, but the people who get left behind in the unfortunate event that it happens. Those people are going to need counseling. There's going to be a huge hole in their lives where that person once was. So if you can donate, spread the word. Great. Thank you. Our march towards 20,000 continues. Hopefully we get there sooner than later. Tonight's show and every show between now and June 6th is brought to you by the Lionsgate film Ballerina from the world of John Wick. I will be seeing this on June 2nd. Everybody else, like Brad, has to wait till maybe Thursday night. But yeah, I am going to be seeing this on Monday, June 2nd. For those of you who are local in Nevada, local in Southern Nevada, Las Vegas, Kentucky, if you want to be with me Monday, June 2nd at AMC Town Square to view Ballerina, then keep an eye on all of our social media, including this channel, because we're going to have ways for you to get in on it. Not just the movie itself, but we'll have T-shirts and stuff, T-shirts, keychains, all kinds of stuff. Lionsgate really hooks us up when we're promoting their films. So Ballerina in theaters June 6th. Okay, let's say hi to the chat before we get to our topics. I think my favorite Aussie is already there. All right, Anthony Manzano, what's going on? William, do you think any of the teams in the West that are left in the NHL playoffs can beat Florida with how they're being? No. Nope. I just finished watching that game now. They beat the hell out of Carolina. Was a heavy favorite coming in. If you were betting money, Carolina Hurricanes were up there at the top as far as favorites to win the Stanley Cup. And they are just getting that shit kicked out of them. I mean, it's not 1 goal, 2 goal. They're getting plastered. They were up 6-1, and then they gave up a power play goal to make it 6-2, and they beat them 6-1 the other night. Florida Panthers are the defending champions. I don't care who comes out of the West. I can't stand the Edmonton Oilers, and I really hope Dallas bounces back and takes that series. But it doesn't matter who wins. If Dallas wins this series with Edmonton, they're getting beat by the Panthers. If Edmonton beats Dallas, which I don't want to see, they're getting beat by the Panthers. And I know that Edmonton came into that game last year of winning it all, but understand they were down 3-0 before they got let back into the series. I think even though records-wise, last team's Florida Panthers were better, last year's Florida Panthers were better, there's something about this team that's way better. It's almost like they are relaxed. They have the confidence of being the reigning Stanley Cup champions, and they know how to beat either one of those teams. And I don't think if it's Edmonton and Florida again, you're not getting a 7-game series. I think Florida is going to blow them off of the ice. I wouldn't have thought that a couple weeks ago, but like I said, Carolina's a really good team. They were one of the heavy favorites to win this whole thing, and they're just getting slapped around like a rag doll. And Carolina, Florida, if Florida goes on, it's 3-0 now. If Florida were to go on and sweep Carolina, and that series in the West goes longer, that's a lot of potential for injury and exhaustion. And now you got Florida sitting there waiting for like a week and a half. So, yeah, I don't think any team in the West is going to beat them. Rational Skeptics, Lord of the Rings, Hunt for Gollum releases the same day as Secret Wars. I think WB. No. Here, guys, there's not this, immediate instinct to move these things either. Because especially on a holiday weekend, everybody was saying, well, Superman's got to move or Fantastic Four's got to move. And I said at the outset, not only were none of those movies moving, none of them should. They're not going to make – I don't think there's going to be a significant difference. In fact, I think the opposite is going to happen. When you have a holiday, and that's either holiday – that's the Christmas holiday, which is what that's getting related to. Your people see multiple movies during the holiday because they have the time to. If they have the money, if they have the money to go to the movies and not have to make the choice between food, rent, and entertainment. If they're of that ilk where they have the money, a lot of people see multiple movies. I'm going to see multiple movies in the month of July. So I don't see I don't see, the necessity for them to necessarily move that. It all depends on what they think they can project to make on that day, and if they think that there's an overlapping demographic. Now, Lord of the Rings had that day first, so maybe they might move it. But Tolkien, people who go to see Tolkien are loyal. They're going to see that movie no matter what. They're either going to see that movie without seeing Secret Wars, or they're going to see that movie and Secret Wars. They're not going to not see Tolkien. So I don't think there's a necessary problem, especially on a holiday time. In July, July, the entirety of July is pretty much a holiday because your kids are out of school. It's family time. It's vacation time. So they may move. I wouldn't try to project anybody moving until they actually do it, because you know what? Like I said, we had 3 movies in July, and everybody thought there was going to be a shuffle, and there's not going to be. And here we are in June. All right, going to welcome my co-host from comicbook.com. Really getting on my damn nerves with all this Mission Impossible 2 stuff. By the way, Scott McClellan, your ranking is exactly movie for movie my ranking. I hadn't seen that in a while. Scott put up a list of Mission Impossible films. His number 1 is my number 1. And his number 8 is my number 8. It's my movie per movie, because I had switched up my movies from Fallout being my favorite. Well, Fallout actually, after further thought, is my second favorite after the original. But yeah, welcoming from comicbook.com and a whole bunch of other places, Kung Fu Panda and Kung Fu whatever, is Brad. How you doing? In the dark again. What the fuck? Looks like you're in a bomb shelter.
Am I up? There I am. Okay. Yeah, I still got to get a
pitch black.
Yeah, I still got to get a surge protector to plug in multiple outlets there. And actually,
you act like this item you seek is literally what Tom Cruise had to get from the fucking submarine. Dude. I know you live in the States. Damn.
Speaking of Mission Impossible 2, I literally just had this go up a few hours ago.
Okay, so here you are going to pimp this nonsense at the same time.
I
haven't met anybody.
Oh, my.
Okay, yeah, okay, get off the screen.
25th anniversary, no less.
Yeah, sure.
25 today, this masterpiece.
I have not met. I don't know anybody besides you and Film Junkie that have this not dead last. Okay, 3 people.
And we're gonna do that watch party. We're gonna make that happen. We are gonna make that Mission Impossible 2 watch party.
You have fun. Like I said, not a bad movie in any. I am not a John Woo fan at all. So that's part of it. And B, I after seeing, especially and when I'll see the other one probably tomorrow night. The 7, the other 6 besides that one, I just don't see where it fits. Okay, we can get that off the screen now. Hello, how you doing? Yeah, StreamYard was massively fucking up today.
No, we're gonna leave this up the entire show, actually.
No, we ain't. Let's see, William. Did you see? Yeah. This guy here sent that to me. That's how I found out about it. The photo with Jim and Zack Snyder.
Oh yes, old Zack, stirring the pot as usual.
And everybody's got their foil hats on, and they're starting to. They got one piece of a puzzle now with this picture, but that's not going to stop us from putting a full puzzle together with one piece. But that's fine. I mean,
it's like this is what the man does. It's like he just throws something on social media and says, "Here you go, guys. I'm going to let you all figure it out."
But I don't do that. I don't do the figuring it out, because I'm like I could go so many different directions, and like most of them will probably be wrong. And most everything everybody comes up with is probably going to be wrong until we know it. I mean, we're still waiting on what the picture with him and James Gunn meant. It does. It right now. It as of now, until we get further notification, it doesn't mean anything. I hope it means something.
I know what it absolutely does mean. It means he intended to tease us.
What are we teasing now? See, that's what I mean. We once again, I love Zack Snyder, obviously, but I don't have any more energy to chase my tail. When you're ready to tell me, tell me.
Otherwise, that's gonna be the timetable, not yours, man.
What's up?
That's right.
It's gonna be on his timetable, which means in the interim, I don't wear foil hats. I don't have a tail to chase. So when Zach, when you're ready, Jim, when you're ready, dude, put it out there, and I'm all for it. But right now, it's just a picture. For I'm concerned, it's a picture of 2 dudes who've worked together before. Now, what I hope it is like I've been saying for the last year, that guy, if there's any chance of you getting something full, and in my opinion, it needs to be paper and staples. Everybody with the live action and the cartoon and all that, that's desperation. If you want complete, comprehensive storytelling, you need to put it in the format in which every single one of these characters came from, paper and staples. That's my preference. So the fact that he's standing there talking to the Papers and Staple guy, I hope it means
And by the way,
that we'll have a collaboration, but I don't know.
And by the way, also the guy who helped sketch out the whiteboards of the rest of the story with him too.
That's all great. Like I said, I would love for this to be something to hang on. I would love to be able to reach out into the fog and actually be able to pull something in. But right now, like I said, humans look real silly chasing tails they don't have. Have a tail. Like I said, I saw the picture. I'm like, that's really cool. And like I said, I immediately what I thought.
Here's a picture, by the way, guys.
Yeah, immediately what I thought. But once again, it kind of sucks because we don't have anything. I am tired of being teased. I mean, if this leads to something, dude, I'm gonna be 100% behind it. But once again, as dumb as humans look chasing tails they don't have, they look even dumber in foil hats they shouldn't be wearing.
By the way, Rational, is this in front of the DC Studios lot or the DC Comics lot? Because I can't tell. I mean, this doesn't really give a lot away about where exactly they are.
I don't. Or when was this taken? Was this taken today? I mean, I don't know, man.
Well, I mean, obviously, again, the thing I go back to with and same thing with the James Gunn picture is like the thing that is beyond debate is that they absolutely know what they're doing when they Zach and Jim and Zach.
Okay,
Gunn,
that's great. That's great, Brad. Guess who?
That is beyond dispute.
Guess who doesn't know what they're doing? All of us. So it's like, and what have I always said when we don't have any facts, we don't have anything. What do we fill the crevices with? It comes from a cow or a bull, and it comes out of the other end. And that's what I really don't like. I said, just like the Infinite Crisis and the Turk. I'm like, oh my god, this is great, right? This is great for what it is. It's a picture of two guys who I would love to see working together to do something productive. But until there's something under that, hey, just hanging out with so and so. This picture with an announcement means something to me. This picture, just of two people taking a picture, that's it. That's all it is right now. Mm-hmm. What I hope for and what is are not two different things. And like I said, don't feel like banging my head up against a steel door until that door opens.
I'll bang it. I will definitely bang that door because so I'm going to be the door banger of the two of us.
Okay, so like I said, once again.
By the way, I know somebody's going to clip that out and make it sound different than I intended. So
there's a picture in this hand, and there was whatever was going on. It's not even on. We don't know. Like I said, the keywords for me for your announcement. What I hope for, like I said, I've already expressed it on this show. Obviously, if you know who Jim Lee is, you know what he does. And you know the format of what I'm talking about, where it needs to be, regardless to whether you have echo, and you can go and take them, regardless to what format was available. I've always told you guys, if I had all they called me into a room and said, you can take that down too.
Sorry, I thought you meant back to the original one.
No, just go back to R2 Fatheads. If I had all three of these in front of me and somebody gave me a choice, we're going with the comic book format. Because I know the comic book format is going to give me everything else. But if you go with any other format, you risk being abbreviated. You risk not being able to do whatever you want and tell whatever story you tell because there's budgets and now it costs too much money. And now we got people with cold feet and we don't know if this is going to this or that. Then we get caught up in the bullshit, that live action. I know there's a lot of fans that live action or nothing. What do you got right now? You have nothing. Guess what you're going to have if you stick to that ultimatum and there's no other options? Nothing. But, a 40 cent, 32 pages or whatever, actually bookshelf format if you're listening, Jim Lee. Multiple covers. And I always told you guys, once you have this out there in circulation, you have data. You have data, you have tracking, you have things like that. So him talking to Jim Lee is good. It's good if it leads to something. I don't know if it's going to, and I'm not going to jump to any conclusions because I'm tired. I'm like Wile E. Coyote. I've jumped off that cliff of conclusions so many times over the last 10 years. I don't feel like ending up at the bottom of it with the poof of smoke. And we look dumb. So no, if I had my preferred guy, that would be the guy. If this turns out to be something, that's we can refer to that. That is awesome because now we're talking about 12-issue maxi series, side series. Alex Ross covers, Jim Lee covers, Todd McFarlane covers, Alex Ross covers. Did I already say Alex Ross? I mean, all kind. I mean, people who've been at Frank Miller. Give me a Frank Miller when we do Batman's side arc of the whole story. That's all Frank Miller done. Him and Klaus Janson doing it in the vein of the Dark Knight Returns. I mean, each character might get called Mike Deodato Jr., the greatest Wonder Woman artist outside of George Perez, who obviously we cannot get. Call Mike Deodato Jr. for him. I have him doing the Wonder Woman arc. Have fun in all these covers, like right now, and we're going to cover this tonight. For the first time in a long time, people are excited about Superman. Maybe that's because of the movie. Maybe that's because of Absolute Superman. I think it's all the above, Superman is a harder sell than Batman. That's just, you all know that. But we're going to go over this. This is actually pretty good. This is what they needed to have done with Superman a long, long time ago. This book is going to open itself up to people who want to bypass everything else. Action Comics is on like 1,000, 1,100. All right, this right here is literally designed for that guy who's like, wow, I really want to get into Superman, but there's so much. Nope. Before you finish your sentence. So yeah, seeing Jim Lee seeing the head of DC, DC head editor, DC head honcho of DC Papers and Staples guy, talking to a guy who has a story to give him. That's good. I caution you guys though. Wait till we have something to get excited over, and then by all means, do a backflip, a somersault, cartwheel, whatever it is you want to do without breaking your neck. Let's do it. And I will be there with you, especially if it means selling comics. But until then, it's just a picture. A picture without an announcement is literally just a picture. How many times have we had pictures posted and we're like doing that guy with the conspiracy and the thread and shit behind him and, and all that stuff leads to nowhere. So I just don't want to get excited about something that can mean nothing. But in the back of my mind, I in a heartbeat, if that were to go down, that's a single topic. That's the topic of the week. Forget everything else. Forget about Midnight Express. Forget about Open Mic. If that goes down, it's just going to be me with stacks of comics talking. We're going to go over every fucking molecule of that. Oh, we got the Frank Miller Batman issue? Shit. Page by page. We're going to go over that. You know what? So,
and you know what, guys? It's like, now that I think about it, I'm probably going to pitch something on this. too.
Yeah, but like I said, it's as a consumer, it's not my job to stir the shit. I'll let the journalists do that because that's what they do. But as a consumer, I'm just saying, until there's something to consume, there's no. That's it. It's a picture. I could spend the next hour saying, you know what that picture means? I think it means this. I think you know what I think it means. But we run out of air with that. I've been telling you what I think they should be doing for like the last 2 years since we've had this show. Been telling you that they needed to have a weekly show that that really does it. And like I said, DC, I like the show so far when it comes to the DC Weekly show that they have, DC Weekly. It needs more meat on the bone. They need to dive into these topics with a little bit more. I'm happy that you have Nathan Fillion on there. That's great. And then you're starting to talk about Guy Gardner Green while he's important. Take another hour. Take another hour, man. You guys touched the surface of all the right things on that show, but I'm talking about sticking the scalpel through the jugular. We need to see, Guy Gardner, why Guy Gardner, his history, other things that we could be talking about. Metamorpho, and they do talk about these things. I'll give them that credit. I don't think they dive nearly as deep. And you can see Koi Jundro, I think his name is. He's way more excited than what he's given to present. That dude has the shit. He's got all the stuff stacked up there and talking about it. Give that guy more time. Take more time, dude. 47 minutes is great, but that show would not hurt with another 30 minutes to it. That show would not hurt. I mean, there's so many things that they start talking about, and my ears, I got it up over here. My ears are perked up. I'm like, all right, here we go. and then it stops. It gets cut off. They run out of time. I'm like, man, you know what? Let Corey go. Let have your guest on there, but the guests are cool. But Nathan Fillion, the actor, to me is not as important as Guy Gardner, the character. If you were going to have your priorities, Lex Luthor having a Holt on as Lex Luthor, that's great. You're going to see him on Fallon and Ollie Kimmel and all these other shows. There's only one or two places where you're going to get the heart of the characters you're going for, and that's what that show should be. Let everybody else, go expand on the people and all that, but you have them on there, no problem. But I want to see where these stories are going. I think Superman. I think they should have had 20 minutes on something like this. The same thing with Supergirl, and there should be somebody on there talking absolute. The absolute universe is an ongoing thing now. It's not just a mini series where you can just have a couple of guests on there. It's an ongoing thing. I want to hear. I want to see Scott Snyder on that show every other week. To be honest with you, he's got enough books that he's in charge of right now to where I want to hear from this guy. He does an excellent job on his own promoting and getting you excited about the Absolute Universe. But you got a DC show. You're working for DC. Let's have him on there, a little bit more. That's just me. But yeah, when it comes and when it ends up on that show, like when that picture ends up on that show, and I got Zack Snyder sitting next to Jim Lee on that show, then we have a conversation. But until then, all we have is a picture. William, was Unlimited on something done for Superman, or did they have a whole lineup? No, Superman Unlimited, this particular version is done for Superman, and they did it so that they would have a jumping on point for people who are going to be in that sphere of influence when it comes to James Gunn's Superman. As we start getting more, stuff, you see toy releases. We're starting to see the commercials on some of the sports networks, so people are starting to become aware of it, and as they become aware of it, DC, like they should, is lining themselves up with everything that the IP is doing. This is something that I was saying, like I said, a year and a half ago. Everything needs to be working for DC. Superman can make $1 billion. That is not going to mean jack shit for the overall brand of DC if we're not moving these. If Absolute Superman is not doing something, it's an overall brand that it's like, I don't want you to come in my house, and just sit down and watch TV. I got a game room I want you to hang out with. Hey, we got a pool out back. I want you to take the tour, and I want you to enjoy my house, my brand. I think DC will be strongest when everybody is enjoying the entire house instead of relying on any particular aspect of it. So now it feels like we're there. It feels like we're getting there with the comics for the first time in a long, long time, probably since the whole Rebirth and Flashpoint madness. And you see the toys coming out. Now we got this movie coming out, and we're starting to see a little bit interest in some of the older isolated stories and trade paperbacks. So hopefully they take advantage of it and they all work together with it. I've heard a lot of different things about Final Reckoning, from great to okay. So I'm gonna have to go see it and see what we're doing. Yeah, that show. Yeah, that was a pain in the ass. I really couldn't focus on doing what I wanted to do, but we got rid of him, and he never came back. So
and and weird. Just, I mean, it had like 5 different burners and just kept typing the same thing over and over, and yeah.
Hello, Clint. Fly with the I'm not repeating that. Happy 30th anniversary of Tales of the Hood, released on this day in 1995. Oh, wow. I didn't know that was that old. What day is Ballerina? That is on a Monday, June 2nd, Clint.
No, it's on a Friday, June 6th. It's just some people here. Just some people here just have unfair privileges thrown their way for no reason.
I've been working for 15 years for those privileges I got, and half the time I didn't even go get to see the movies. Half the time my schedule jams me up. Like I didn't go see Mission Impossible, so I gave out.
Dead Reckoning, Final Reckoning. It is. I would say is very close to being as awesome as Mission Impossible 2.
Yeah, if you're a kung fu head,
is almost there.
I now know of 3 people. That list grew last night from 2 to 3 people. So
Droga's with us too, and Aaron's definitely on my side. I know.
Sure. Nathan Fillion. I've never seen him in anything where he didn't do at least what he's supposed to do. Everything I've seen him in, he didn't he met whatever expectation, but a lot of the stuff he's been in, I had never seen the likes of Woody. I had never seen anything like Firefly. I had never seen anything. Well, I saw The Rookie, and he's not my favorite actor in the world by any means, but he kind of just met that expectation for what he is. I felt him believable in whatever he was in. How about that? I think a lot of people are averse to him because James Gunn has used him in other things. But when your ass is on the line in these productions, you're going to go with the people you feel comfortable with.
I mean, saying he worked with Joss Whedon again in a heartbeat. I mean, didn't exactly endear him to me, but
that was the right thing to say. That he would work with a director again in Hollywood.
No, you could pick any other director.
Why?
Because I mean, there's other directors who aren't scumbags.
That you're not inside of that working relationship. There's more directors that are probably scumbag than aren't.
Yeah, so pick one of those guys.
He doesn't have to. Why people work with Roman Polanski? He can't even come into the country anymore.
And if he said I work with Roman Polanski in a heartbeat, I mean that would have ruffled feathers too.
Yeah, but it's not, that relationship is not for a fan. You either buy your ticket or you don't. And if you're somebody who works in the industry and you have somebody who's you're comfortable with, there should be no compunction for you saying you're comfortable with it. But well, listen, it's a job. It's his livelihood. It doesn't have to be a popular decision with everybody. If somebody wants to back Joss Whedon and make a movie and figure it out, but there's enough of a fan base that will come out and see him, and Nathan Fillion wants to work with him, then it's a job. It's a job. It's a job. It's a working relationship. His relationship with Joss Whedon is not your relationship with Joss Whedon, and only two of those actually kind of matter. It's between it. That's a him and Joss Whedon situation. I don't see why it would ruffle any feathers unless you were going to be in that working situation with them, and we're not. None of us ever will be. So I don't know. Let's see. Probably jumping ahead, but why is it that Stone Temple Pilots around the time they came out, nobody overlooked Stone Temple? They were one of the most popular bands of the mid '90s, and they had like in their short time together, they had some massive hits within those 3 years. Man, a lot of that was helped by The Crow, which is one of the songs that's on the album Purple that we're going to be going over, The Big Empty. But you also had you had a lot of different. We'll go up and down there, but no, they were not overlooked. A lot of people look in retrospect of the '90s and they think grunge. They don't realize grunge started a movement with postmodern and alternative, where a lot of these bands, including some former grunge bands, really took off. So no, I don't know if you were alive or of age then, Anthony, but nobody overlooked STP. Nobody. They were a very influential band. Once again, it would until he starts being in things that people don't go see. I guess the jury's still going to be out on that one. All right.
The horse, the part where like the horse derby that was filmed like at the place where Droger graduated from high school. Actually, so he. Yeah, another reason to love it because like somebody in the sci-fi Sarah family is like graduated from high school in one of the filming locations. Which
listen, when you have
better than anything else.
Here's the thing, guys. This goes for any movie. If you find yourself having to make a case for a movie, that should tell you everything you need to know about where it is. I mean, if you enjoy the movie, that's it. That's all that needs to matter. But if you're trying to make a case for something you liked or enjoyed, that's telling right there. I mean, you never hear me making a case for Fallout. I don't need to. You never hear me making a case for the original. I don't need to. I saw it. I enjoyed it. It is where it is. I don't need to make a case, and that's across the board. I mean, your dollar was your dollars that you paid. That was when you made your case. Same thing with Superman. Same thing with any of these other movies that come down. Your time in the jury box is at the box office, or when you buy the merchandise, or you buy that. That's it. Your case is made with dollars. I mean, Mission
by the way,
Impossible made good money when it was
yeah,
released.
it was
20 something
the
years ago.
biggest movie of 2000, which means that math is undefeated.
Yeah, but the rest of the math that goes on for the rest of it, and you know, like I said, I don't have to make a case for any of the other Mission Impossible movies. You guys seem to have to make a case for, and like I said, there's plenty of reasons not to like it. If you're not into John Woo, I'll tell you right now. I mean, you go spend your money and it's your time. I always tell you, it's your moment, your money, your memory. But if for some reason you saw a John Woo movie, any John Woo, and you don't like it, I don't recommend Mission Impossible because that's all him. And listen, directors are like gloves; they don't fit everybody. But if John Woo's style of filmmaking doesn't fit you, I highly doubt that you're going to like Mission Impossible 2, or you're going to think of it on the same level as the rest of them. And that's the same thing. There's plenty of other directors out there that I don't like, and I don't go see their movies. Or when they do a movie that is part of a franchise, I'm just happy that there's other movies in the franchise that carry that. But if you don't like a certain director and his style is all over this movie, you're probably not going to like it, and there's really nothing to defend there.
Wait, I just shared the article with you guys again in the chat, so you can check that out. This is very pertinent on this 25th birthday.
Whatever. All right, here we go. We are going to open up with something we already hit on, and that is Superman Unlimited #1. Now, I still have remaining covers left. I sold out of the chrome, not the chromium cover, but the foil cover, and I sold out of the James Gunn one. There was a bright yellow one that let's go to my Instagram, because as soon as I posted it on Instagram, I had people coming in for it because that was the least printed one. I mean, it sold just about as well as anybody, but it Oh nope! I deleted the post because once I sold them, I didn't want people coming in. But yeah, it's a yellow cover. It's a yellow cover with hold on, maybe I got it here. Let's see. Do I have it? Here it is. So I have this. Oops, don't want to play mouse streamer. Too many knobs. Window. Facebook. So yeah, this is one of the two covers I completely sold out of, and that's James Gunn with his actual laptop. You actually see him in his pictures with that laptop, DC Studios shirt on, and David Cornsweet as wow that on every format I've seen this costume of. I can't find a way to like it less. That looks awful, but hey,
that looks. I think it looks worse in comic form than it does in live action.
Yeah, because you don't necessarily need to do it that way.
I think the trunks there I think are bigger than they are on the actual costume too.
Yeah,
which does not add to them.
No, it's not. But like I said, recognizable Superman. But that title sold, and I like what I liked about that cover is it's him connecting his notoriety to the comic book. But listen, regardless to how I feel about Superman when it comes out, I could think it's absolute dog shit, right? I could think it is like literally Dumb and Dumber level stupidity, or I could really, 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 really hate the movie. It's not going to really matter to me. It's like in that context, if it's bringing people into the genre of comic books, that's a win. I don't think it's going to be that bad, by the way. I actually think it might be quite good. But it's bringing people who traditionally, when they get into this comic book movie thing, don't necessarily go into the source genre. There are plenty of MCU fans that have never picked up a comic book before. Their Iron Man is Robert Downey Jr. and no one else. That's that's them. Thor is Chris Hemsworth. And for many of them, the very first time that they engage with these characters is on the movie screen. And sometimes for a lot of them, that's the only place they engage with them. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. But for my purposes, I love the fact that you're bridging the gap, because the conversation that a person that picks up this comic, you're echoing, Brad. The conversation from somebody who walks into here and picks up this comic is not the unhinged bullshit Superman war that we're fighting online. The person that comes in and say, hey, I just saw Superman the movie. Where can I get into that? We're having a different conversation. We're not, I can't believe you're not a gun fan. You're not a, we're not, come on. That's some online computer shit. But when you have these people in there and they see the movie, there's so much in here that you can connect them with, regardless to how they felt about Zack Snyder's movies or James Gunn's movies or Nolan's movie. It doesn't matter. Once they are willing to pick up the comic book, that's a special thing, because all that other stuff don't matter. Doesn't matter if they liked any of the Nolan trilogy or they loved them. Doesn't matter, because once you're in, you're going to start exploring Batman the character. That's what I found. Once you get them in here and they come in from these movies, these TV shows, they are perfectly willing to jump in to the character. Daredevil. When Daredevil was on, you had putting out. They were more likely to pick up the Frank Miller versions and stuff like that, because that was what most of it was being depicted on. But they were open to any Daredevil story. They were open to Born Again. They were open to Elektra Assassin. They were open to any of the stuff that was in there, and they may have never picked up a comic book before. So what James Gunn's doing, like I said, I hope the movie. I don't think the movie's going to bomb, but the lasting effect is that this guy's reading comics. He's got comic book writers on his projects. And I think it's a good thing if the industry, the actual people who run these comic book companies and these outlets handle this right. This could be a very, very significant summer. This would probably be the most significant summer in regards to comic book and comic book movie relations that they've ever had. And we're quite a ways into this. So Superman Unlimited came out. Here's one of the covers. This was done by Slot Albuquerque and Madeo. Hope I pronounced your name right. The art in this is beautiful. They took their time with this. This is one of the covers. Let me show you the covers I have. So I have this one still left. This is one of the variant covers. I believe this one is. This is not the A cover. This is the variant cover. This is the. Wow. Why wait? Zeba Famanda. I can't. It's so small, but that's a cool one. Superman's Super. Let me because we don't need to see Brad's spaghetti here. That's a classic cover that speaks to everybody. Obviously, here's the sketch variant. Sketch variants are cool, and I'm gonna see if I can get me a local artist or somebody who wants to do, like, while we're on the show, have them in a square somewhere off have them in have them on the panel while they're drawing some of these sketch covers, because I got a lot of these now, and I think it'd be real cool to have somebody. Maybe I can get Dawson to draw sketch cover, but these are cool. People like to pick these up. They like to take them to cons too, where you can get somebody. This is the A cover. This is the A cover. This is the main one. I really like this cover. This is basic. This does everything a cover needs to. It shows you who's in it, the basic nuts and bolts. Now, the reason why I say this is an excellent thing for them to have done, as far as the proximity of the movie, is because even though this is mostly in line with what's going on with Superman right now, it goes through everything. It goes through most of his relevant history. It goes through,
I'll be right back, William.
All right. It goes to he's fighting a Krypton planet, which is, you got to read it. I'm not going to spoil it for you, by the way, because there are some twists in here there's one big twist at the end that I thought was kind of cool. But it retells his origin. So Krypton blowing up, the ship, him being put into that ship there. Jor-El, his mother is there. And they go all the way through. I mean, they tell his complete, like, and it's a pre-crisis, one. It shows him as a kid when he first. So they're basically restoring the Superboy continuity. So it shows him as a kid when he first gets the costume from Ma Kent, and he first puts it on. Uh, it shows him his relationship to Superboy. Now, I love not Superboy, to Legion of Superheroes. That's a statue. That's a statue, the famous statue of Superman, but it's in the 30th century. So it reestablishes as canon a lot of things that went away and pre-crisis. All the enemies he's faced. There's Brainiac, there's Darkseid, there's Zod. So it's not necessarily a reboot. They're telling you all the most important aspects of uh, Superman's origin, and then there's something that happens to him in the book, in the comic that kind of relates to the whole story that I don't want to let you, I don't want to spoil it for you because I want you to go out and buy these things. Um, the best thing about this is like you don't have to have ever picked up an issue of Superman, and I'm dead serious. You could come in here and this is gonna go. This series is gonna go on my area. I have it in front of the store when you guys saw last week. The jumping on point. And because with 75% of my walk-in being people like tourists that obviously we know of Superman, we know who he is, we know of him, but with 1,100 issues, where do I get in? Where can I start? And for them to put this out is perfect. It's perfect. It gives you all the relevant history of Superman. So, by the way, this is a lot of pages. I think it's over 32 pages. This is a lot of pages. This is a good, healthy read. Anybody who can read don't even have to have picked up Superman. You have a basic knowledge of what Superman is, which we all do. You pick this up, you're ready to go. You're ready to go. And a lot of these people that are going to go see this movie on the 11th, most of them have never picked up a comic book, but they're open to it. And stuff like this is really good. I did not know Dan Slott had not written for DC. I did not realize that until I was watching another podcast that this was Dan Slott. This is his first foray into DC, which is damn. I would have lost money if he'd have bet that on me. So, Superman Unlimited, I loved it. Superman is usually a hard sell for me. I don't know how good other stores are doing it, but I'm just my own personal. Not this one. I'm running low on this. And I ordered quite a bit on this. And a lot of the stuff. There's a crypto miniseries that's coming out next month. I think that's gonna do well. I have usually no use for crypto and Comet and the super monkey and the cat and the dog and I have no use for any of those. But hey, as a retailer, shit's gonna fly. And it's going to fly with people who haven't picked up this stuff. I just I have this one. In fact, I think I may have to take this down. I think I have an order for this online. But stuff like this is going to bring people into the door in these stores across America. Because once you buy the toys, once you buy the Funkos, that's all fun. We'll have those too. But you want to, you want to explore the character, and I think I think if we as an industry, both as dealers and the comic makers, are ready, I think this could literally be one of those once in a generational summers where we can really, really, really take advantage of it. I'm ready to take advantage of it. I have an entire. You saw last week. I got an entire Superman section. I got an Absolute section. I got a Ultimate Marvel section. I got a Batman tower. I'm about to make a Green Lantern one. So, and you got to keep up with what, the awe that the movies are putting out there. So I think it's great. Like I said, don't even care in relations to retail whether Superman's a good movie. I think it being a good movie will help me. But as far as he's done what I needed him to do. He's in the win column for me as far as James Gunn. He has reattached the genre to what the genre is being adapted into. And Kevin Feige's not doing that. Nobody at Marvel was doing that. They didn't necessarily need to, I guess, but I think it's important. I think this is where you're getting your ideas. This is where you're getting the basis of what you're doing. That Samuel L. Jackson was Nick Fury was a black Nick Fury in Ultimate Marvel, and the reason why they did that because they got the permission to use his likeness. As the story is like, yeah, as long as I get to play him when you do a movie. And guess what? Ultimate Captain America is directly out of the Ultimates, as far as I'm concerned. We also have a Fantastic Four, my most anticipated movie of the year, which is basically being told out from two sources, and that's the Coming of a Galactus, which we're gonna go over because I got the in fact, hold on. I'll wait till Brad gets back. Coming of a Galactus. In fact, now we're gonna go ahead and get it now. Be right back. Things like this. Sorry. Things like this, and DC is going to be doing a lot of them. We have a reprint of Action Comics #1 over there. Adventure Comics 349, First Appearance Legion of Superheroes, Detective Comics 27. I have several reprints. Reprints like this are really important. We have Fantastic Four coming out. Literally 2 weeks after Superman. And when we're going to have a lot of people. I have people coming in right now because they've seen the commercials, they've seen the promos, they're watching basketball now, and they're seeing the Fantastic Four promo that was made just for that. You're starting to see the cereal boxes come out. The toys are out. There's a toy Galactus, and they better have a popcorn bucket with Galactus head. But this right here, I've always said this is one of the most important comics that to come out, in the early 60s, the Coming of Galactus. It introduces Atu the Watcher right there. It introduces us to the Silver Surfer, and it also introduces us to Galactus. And now here we are, decades later, finally, after, during the Smoke Monster, about to get Galactus on screen. So a lot of people are going to come in looking for this. Now, what these things do, I love these facsimile covers. I love them. I got several of them behind me, and I got several of them to the store. And what it does is it's not just a reprint, it's a facsimile. It reprints everything. This is the ad that was on Fantastic Four 48 when it was released in 1966. This was how they would advertise the comics back then. The other stuff that they wanted you to buy. That's exactly how it read back in the 60s. There you go. There's another ad. These things don't even exist anymore, but there's another ad like that. But classic storytelling, the Coming of Galactus is what it's all about. Now, this story in 48 is wrapping up with a long story that they had with the Inhumans. That's why you see them fighting them in the beginning of here, and then they move on from that story, and they move on to Galactus. Now, in this issue, Atu the Watcher is actually trying to protect planet Earth by using debris to hide it, but the Silver Surfer finds it anyway. And here you have the Skrulls. They pass the Skrull. He passes the Skrulls, and he's like, "Nah, they're like, should we attack him?" And the other Skrull's like, "No, because wherever the Silver Surfer goes, you know who's coming with him." And this is before they had revealed who he is, because Galactus is not even on the cover here. The Sky on Fire. I'm pretty sure we saw that in the trailer. And like I said, these are things that as soon as people come in and they start, there's the first appearance of Atu the Watcher, and I'm pretty sure he's going to have to be in this movie. Other than that little creepy Guardians of the Galaxy one. This was one of the rare photo ads that they had in this comic. Every page is in here. It has been covered from the actual comic. Every page was been absolutely copied. And there he is. Now, we all know Galactus is looking, big purple giant thing, but this was the original Galactus and how he looked when he first appeared. And he would look that way for a couple other, the rest of the story. And then this is a Fantastic Four fan page. Damn you kids and your internet. This is the way they did it back in the day. They would write letters in, and that's how they would get a lot of suggestions. But we got a lot of these when it comes to both DC and Marvel. You have Batman number one. Batman number one is the first appearance of the Catwoman and the Joker. I have facsimiles of that. You have Detective Comics number 39. I think 38, 39, the first appearance of Robin. But these are things that, yeah, they're not worth the thousands and thousands of dollars that the original ones are. But if you're excited about Superman, me putting an Action Comic number one as it was printed in 1938, really cool. That's going to continue that excitement. If you're excited about Fantastic Four and you've never picked up a comic before, this is, and you see all the hallmarks. Now, next step is to hand you Earth X. A little bit more complicated story, but it's part of what they're presenting to you. So I think right now we're just at a critical juncture to where if these connections are made, I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I love the conversation. There's nothing more special to me is to get a brand new collector that asks you the question, where should I start? Where would you recommend? That's like, to me, not just on a financial, but on a brotherhood. You're getting a new brother or sister into the genre. You're adding to the genre, and that's the coolest thing you can do as a retailer, in my opinion. All right, so that was one of our topics. Let's see, we're still talking Mission Impossible. Let's see. Omnipo. I'm trying not to let the new Superman suit by. I agree with you. Like I said, I hate it. I absolutely hate that suit. However, that is not. There's not enough there. There's not enough hate for me to be open to being excited about other aspects of the movie. James Gunn has done plenty of movies with people in ridiculous costumes that didn't affect whether I cared what happened to those characters. Peacemaker looks absolutely ridiculous. Polka Dot Man looks absolutely ridiculous. And there are plenty of people that he has introduced that look absolutely absurd. But it's the story that's going to back them up. Superman's costume isn't going to be the deal killer for anybody in this. In this, if Superman's costume it looks like that, and the story sucks, you're going to have a problem. But if the story is good, it's not going to matter. He could come out in a fucking clown suit, and it's not going to matter because he's literally put people out there with clown suits, and it didn't matter as long as the story was strong. Would I prefer a better looking costume? Yeah, I hate the trunks. I philosophically think the trucks are ridiculous. There should be no decision. Would you wear your underwear outside of your pants anywhere? And if the answer is no, then it should be no for Superman. So I don't like the S. I like the S, but not there. I don't like the color based on the S because for me, and this is a personal preference, personal preference, that story, that S means this to me. All right. When I see that S, it means that S, the red and the black. And the reason why that means something different to me than it might mean to somebody else is because where I was at when I, in my comic book reading and a dealer when this first came out, when Kingdom Come came out, it was a revolutionary Elseworld story. And the reason why is because we're looking at these characters that are mainline characters and they're like older and things have happened to the world and them. It has aged them, it has progressed to them. So that S, when you see that S, um, when you see that S like that, to me, when he chooses to go with a black background, that S in a sharp departure, to me, I always assumed that the S he had prior to that was a normal traditional S. Maybe that's just my assumption, but I could, if he wants to use this S like that, I just hope that it doesn't end up in being a Kingdom Comes light story. I hope that's not what that S means. But like I said, even that, nothing about that. It's recognizable Superman, so I'm okay with it. So you tried what out, and you couldn't keep reading. Are you talking about Are you talking about Superman Limited? Superman suit looks weird as dress up. I've seen videos of people wearing it. Yeah, I don't think it looks good on David Cornsmith, so I doubt it's gonna look good on people who are cosplaying. Dan Slott's a pretty successful writer. I don't know where that's coming from. That's why I do respect the Eternals who had Zoe Chow or Chloe Zhao. No, I think she kind of. I mean, with the Eternals being like robots and shit, I that pissed me off. And Erisham the Judge talking to humans. No, I don't know about that. Comics are antiquated. Most kids know these characters to movie. All right, Dennis. That doesn't mean comics are antiquated. That doesn't mean comics are antiquated. Because they just haven't been. Somebody not being exposed to something in the proper way doesn't make it antiquated. It just means that they know. Otherwise, they wouldn't come in here looking for it. You know, just because that's where they first see them doesn't mean they don't desire um, other platforms. I have people coming in that first came upon Miles Morales through a video game. That doesn't mean they were any less eager to pick up Miles Morales' story because by virtue of the fact that they're into that game and that story, they want that kind of continuity. They want more of it. I just think that the industry in general and the people who make these movies, because they didn't really care, that's not where their money was coming from. They didn't really regard the source material as something that they needed to aim anybody towards. Now we have a guy like James Gunn who is a comic book guy who is doing that, and I think it's important. I don't think comic books are antiquated at all. Um, I just think that there's been a horrible job prior to all this of making the connection. I think there's those people, the same people who follow these characters in video games and TV shows and in movies, are more than willing to find. I just had a person in here literally right before I hit play on the show that came in with the abstract knowledge of things that they saw in a movie, and I was able to literally walk them throughout the story and ask them questions about what intrigued you about this, and you do your diligence, and you're gonna get somebody who's interested in these stories. So no, comics I do not think are antiquated. You can call me biased, but I'll put my money where my mouth is on that one. I just think the presentation has not been good, but I don't think they're antiquated at all. Absolutely. Absolutely, I think
Yeah,
that's
I
definitely
think
me.
so. Yeah.
Yeah, that's got to be a must. Could be surprised, but the watcher is really important. So yeah, I think you'll see him, but
It
I
does kind of
don't.
suck. It does kind of suck with that though that we're on. We're not gonna. Like, what's the best way I can put this? Ever since he passed away, I've a lot of times I'll think about like with the subsequent Marvel movies, like what would the Stanley cameo have been like in this one? Like
He
Spider-Man.
would be same thing he was in the original Fantastic Four in 2005. He was Willie Lumpkin. He
Well,
was the
well,
guy
because
delivering the mail.
one also because I mean that was his first. That's what got him as far as like the Stanley that we know. That was his first like big thing with Marvel as far as like characters who created. Then Spider-Man came after that. So yeah, I feel like this like with this being like the first one in an integrated universe, that would have been like one they really would have had a lot of fun with. And Spider-Man No Way Home, that's always been one that I thought, oh man, they would have. I bet they would have like that probably would have been his best one. Would have been the Spider-Man No Way Home cameo.
Nobody lives forever, though, so
Yeah,
there
it
are going
sucks,
to be
but
these movies. There are going to be movies. Most Marvel movies will not have eventually, when it's all said and done, a Stanley cameo. By the way, my favorite one was Into the Spider-Verse when he was selling Miles
the
Morales
animated version of him, yeah.
But I still think you'll see cameos of him, but they just won't be him alive. They'll see references to him, and you'll see that if you're watching. Cool that Marvel Studios use the Jack Kirby FF as a blueprint for the film, other than Reed and the mustache. Yeah, Pedro is like Cesar Romero. My mustache is my persona, and I'm not cutting it. And that's
He shaved it for Wonder Woman 84.
For what?
For Wonder Woman 84, he shaved it.
Yeah,
I didn't say that made the movie any better. I was just saying he shaved it for that.
The thing about Wonder Woman, see, kill all these goddamn mosquitoes. The thing about Wonder Woman 84 is that he was in a different place as an actor. Now he's Pedro Pascal, and that's what's going to bring people.
That was when he was like really just breaking out, like between that and Mandalorian. So
yeah, so now it's like he could have a full on beard. I'd rather he had a full on beard because we just had one of those. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of Jack Kirby in this movie. There's a lot of Jack Kirby in this movie. From my point of view. So yeah, I'm really happy to see that. Question, William, since you've got a daily Planet section for your Superman comics, do you have a Davey Boo? No, the comic book section for that one, I do have a Spider-Man section, but it's going to have the Goblin's glider and a Spider-Man doll or whatever it's stuck to the bottom of the glider, and there's pumpkins hanging down from it. And that's what that is. But no, I didn't want to do a Daily Bugle and a Daily Planet because the Spider-Man section, like I showed you guys last week, is literally adjacent to the Superman section. So yeah, I decided not against that one. Yeah, I remember as a kid they had those up until the mid '80s. Mile High Comics, wow, remember that one?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And
And that was I think they're still around. They just moved.
They're still in Denver. Yeah, they're still around.
They just moved to a new location.
Yeah, and they have their online now. When it comes to Superman and Unlimited specifically, I liked the story, but the issue with me was that the art felt very chunky and heavy. No, like I said, I love the art. I love the art. The art is not like painted art, but it's really smooth, and I thought it was more soft than anything else. I have to differ with you on that one. Also hope it's fake, but I saw Superman popcorn bucket. Now that's a joke. Film Junkie was spreading that shit around. I retweeted it. That's
yeah. I was wondering, was that real?
Nah,
I'm pretty sure that was it. Like
I'm pretty sure that was it.
Because again, this is so simple for me. Just make the Fortress the one because we got.
No, there's probably going to be each theater chain is probably going to have one because that's how this works. They sell they license it out to each like AMC is going to have one. Regal is going to have another. So if you want them, you kind of have to go all over the place to get them. You see the movie at one place, but I bought popcorn buckets that I didn't even go see the movie for. So, all right, if you're Gen X and you didn't get the original back then, you're buying this. You're buying for nostalgia anyway. Well, not necessarily for nostalgia. Like I said, if you could be Gen X and still have not read some of these stories. I got people that were collecting during the 80s that just did not read Daredevil for whatever reason. Now they are. Also, it's no matter what generation you're in, if this is your first time coming into comics, you know of comics. You just take for granted that they're always been around. But until you walk into a place that actually has some on the shelf, you may not have been properly introduced to them, whatever generation is. So I think these are not more necessary for nostalgia. If you've never read The Coming of Galactus and you want to read it in the form that it was presented in, it's not nostalgia. This is actually a useful tool for you. There are some people who do it that way, but most of the people like that might have already, been associated with those books. So yeah, I think it's a little bit different. They never tell you. They never tell you because the original assumption of Kingdom Come was that it was derivative from the Superman universe that we all know. There was no alternate. It was an Elseworld that was supposed to have branched off from the world we know, and all the cosmetic changes to all the characters came over time from that point on. So at the time that Kingdom Come was released, the assumption was that this logo that we know and love was the logo. And as the world changed, as his psyche changed right before he stepped away from being Superman, the costume evolved into something darker. As his hair grew grayer, the sharp edges, there was no it wasn't a symbol of hope anymore. It was a symbol of defiance because by the time Superman gave it up, Magog and all the other superheroes had gained the trust of the public. So he's kind of like saying that here in his new Superman. I just hope that, like I said, I don't want to see a Kingdom Come light. I want to see Kingdom Come, but that's just me. Yeah, I got what you mean, but still. I think the Watcher is definitely. I think the Watcher is not only going to appear, but he may be one of the things that helps Reed when he figures out that the universe is collapsing. He's going to let them know, along with Galactus, that you guys have to survive. You guys from this universe have to survive. If you don't survive and do what you're destined to do, this entire thing, including the universes, the multiverse, the ones I'm going to eventually come from and be born in, they're all going to collapse in ways that will not be fixable. So yeah, I think Atu will definitely be there. There's certain things I think Dr. Doom is going to be all over this movie. So let's see. I didn't even know Pedro was in. Well, a lot of people skipped on that movie, and you didn't miss anything. All right. Can also someone said the Living Tribunal was in the Multiverse of Madness. Is that true? I don't recall seeing them, but that movie was kind of unforgettable for me, or forgettable for me. So. Okie dokie. We are 112 into the show. What is next? Here's another one. All right. So when I first opened up, I opened up 2.5 years after a little company called Image came about. Image came about because of the way writers and artists were being compensated for characters that they were the bulk of what was the sales were. Todd McFarlane is a prime example of a guy who increased the profile of Spider-Man. His run from issues 298 all the way up to 328, or helped put Spider-Man on the back on the map and made that book relevant again. Mark Silvestri's run on X-Men was legendary. There are a lot of guys who increased the sales and the profile of the book, and they weren't getting compensated in ways that they thought. So they created Image, and the rest is history. I don't get Image this year. In these last few years, is putting out a lot of really cool stuff, but this one right here caught my eye when it was time to order. This is part of the Spawn universe, and as you can see, there's a logo there for the Spawn universe. There, this is number one. This is the Todd McFarlane cover, and it's called the Curse of Shirlee Johnson. This is it's about one of the kids that Spawn could not save from Billy. And I'm going to go ahead and let's see, bring it up. Here we go. All right, Spawn, the Curse of Shirlee Johnson. What happened to Shirley Johnson, a 7-year-old victim from the infamous serial killer Billy Kincaid? The Curse of Shirley Johnson. Hey, what's going on? Thank you for the donation, by the way, Bev. An epic new chapter in the Spawn universe explores the fate of the innocent young girl. Her harrowing adventures with the stranger are laid bare as her story and her world, the world she now inhabits, is revealed. With the story conceived in the twisted mind of Daniel Henriquez and an interior art by celebrated artist Jonathan Clapian, the reader will explore parts of the Spawn universe never before seen. This series will ship monthly starting in May, and as you can see, I have it. And there's a lot of covers for it. I have the sketch variant, and I have some black and whites on the way, but this one did very well. And I'll bring this up and show you some of the interior. It's a pretty disturbing book, by the way. It's back in the vein of Violator type of things like that. And remember, because Image was outside of the normal comics discipline, they could do things in their books that were not happening in other books. There's one of the covers right there. I'm out of that cover, and here's some of the panels. So she's basically in this metaphysical world that a lot of Spawn characters are inhabiting right now, and that's the interior art. It's kind of reliving through some of the things that she's gone through. If whether implied or not, if you read Spawn long enough, when kids get kidnapped, things like that, you're pretty much, like I said, the Violator was an outright manifestation of some really, really, really awful things. So this is a girl that is on the other side of that. It is very brutal. It is very violent. It is very might not be for everybody, but if you're into Spawn at all, if you were ever into early Image, mid '90s Image, to me, and I made a post about this. This book is to me is a throwback to the rawness that Image was back then. They're still a great company right now. There's still a lot of stuff that Image puts out, but this reminds me of those early days, those early issues of Spawn, those early first 6, 7, 8, 9 issues of Spawn, those early issues of the Max, where they were just experimenting with everything. You could tell that these guys were their own bosses with some of the content that they were putting in that would not end up in a standard comic. I read it. I love it from cover to cover. This is the best of the covers, in my opinion, that came out. If you're in the Image, if you're in the Spawn, if you've drifted away from Spawn and there's just too many titles for you, give this one a try. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. And this cover, like I said, took me right back to 1995. So, The Curse of Shirley Johnson, pick it up. I think you'll like it. Where the fuck did Brad go? All right, how you doing? That issue is number 49, I believe, or 50. The original issue. I have that on its way. They're releasing them on a monthly basis, so I just picked up that one from the store. All right, really excited about yeah. Like I said, if you guys have heard what I think that version of Galactus is, I do believe, until I'm shown otherwise, that version of Galactus is indeed Franklin Richards. Millions of people would disagree with it. Super Patriot. It's a Marvel character. Spawn, although he looks cool, disturbs people because his connection with Satan. Certainly, like Ghost Rider, a bit anti. Yeah, and Tommy McFarlane did not stray away from those connections. And some of the villains, like I said, the Violator and the Clown, child molesters, kidnappers. Yeah, there's a lot of those first 4 to 6 issues of Spawn were revolutionary because these were your traditional writers and artists doing non-traditional things. They didn't just imply things sometimes. They just did them. They showed you Violator, picking up kids. You know what he was doing. I mean, they went, and they covered a lot of stuff. The Max covers so much. It covers mental illness. It covers rape recovery, things like that. Because she was, child. She was, assaulted as a kid, and then you have Mr. Gong, who is just a piece of shit, and all these things were living in her head, which is a lot of people who go through trauma like that. They compartmentalize it and they bury it in their head, and it does damage. And that's one of the things that early Image and Vertigo, DC Vertigo, by the way, they were really good at. So yeah, The Curse of Shirley Johnson. I loved it. And I recommend you guys grab it at your local comic store.
Yes, but how faithfully did you think the Spawn movie adapted all of that?
Not at all. They couldn't.
Yeah, I knew that. The answer was
they couldn't. And it's not their fault. They really, the fact that movie Spawn comes out in 1992, and that short a time later they're doing a movie. That was a big risk to begin with, but there's no way, and I think that's one of some of the friction between Todd McFarlane and whoever is going to be doing this movie is that he's going to want the portrayals to be right as he meant them to be, and there may be some people like, we don't want to do that. That may not work with us, but it'll work more now in this day and era than it would. He's been trying to get this movie made for 20 some odd years. A proper movie. I don't think he felt good about that previous movie because that really wasn't in that era. You really couldn't represent Spawn the way Todd McFarlane was writing them back then. So yeah. Do I think Justice League Immortal would have been? Absolutely not. No, I think that would have been a bomb. I think that would have been an absolute disaster, and it's one of those bullets to be dodged. And I know who is directing it. I know who is writing it. I know that person is great. That doesn't mean. Listen, we've gone through ad nauseum how many really great directors make ill-fated movies, and I think and not just him. I at that time. I don't think it would have worked. I don't even know if it will work today. To be honest with you, I mean, other people are going to have a different opinion, but to answer your question, Braden, no, I don't think. I think it would have been a disaster. All right, Michael J. White was awesome.
Yeah, he was.
I mean, what it was. I mean, his performance doesn't help that movie. It doesn't say. He and
John Leguizamo are the best things about the Spawn movie.
Yeah, people got to remember that they had early 20s Batman. It was not a great idea. All right, I am going to take a quick. I got to go to the restroom and refill my water bottle real quick. I don't know if I just want to put up the back. We'll be back soon, or leave you to talk with Brad.
No, I'll read my article that went live today.
All right. Well, that's your for the audience. That's your cue to
It's
probably
your
go
cue
do
to
number
tune
2.
in, and then it's like gather around.
Drop the kids.
children.
Drop the kids at the pool, as they say. I don't know.
Yeah, because now it's Adult Swim.
Yeah. I'll try to make it back as soon as possible so that my co-host doesn't bore you to see.
Yeah. Okay, so going back to my piece on the undisputed greatest Mission Impossible of all time, Mission Impossible 2 went live today on the 25th birthday of this action masterpiece under the direction of the one and only John Woo. I won't read you guys the whole thing, but I'll give you kind of the cliff notes. First of all, John Woo, come on, perfect. The helm of Mission Impossible movie. The results speak for themselves. Come on. I mean, just that. Let me go back up here. Just that picture right there. Tom Cruise driving the motorcycle through fire, and then he's gonna the next shot after he whips out the gun and blasts off. I mean, it's just this movie captured in one image right here. That's Mission Impossible captured in one image. And it's the let me go back up. How economical it is. It's like it doesn't bullshit around with you. It's like it knows what you're there for. Gives it to you in spades. Come on. And then third one, and the most important factor of all for me in my ranking of the franchise, as I was kind of saying, we're on the Vodka stream talking about this last night. Yes, it's the beginning of Tom Cruise, the action star, and you do not get Tom Cruise today. You don't get the subsequent Mission Impossible movies. You don't get Top Gun Maverick. You don't get Jack Reacher. Everything that Tom Cruise has done, is in action movies. You do not get that without Mission Impossible 2. This doesn't happen. Sorry. So yes, going back over the cliff notes. Yes, John Woo was perfect throughout the Mission Impossible. I mean, I got again. Just look at this image. That image right there. That is the movie in one image. Mission Impossible 2, very economical. Yes, it is. And again, this is from the final fight on the beach. The best fight scene in the franchise. Come on. And Mission Impossible, the true beginning of it, Tom Cruise. That's true. That is where Tom Cruise, the daredevil stunts, it's like this sets the template for that. And by the way, I actually included a little bit of a story, a true life story from where did I put that here? Yeah, there it is. The one with my dad. When he had the movie on this past Christmas. Is right here. During this past holiday season, my father had Mission Impossible 2 on. Was just captivated by Ethan's rock climbing intros. I was to the point where and I promise you guys this is true. At this point, 24 years after the movie came out, my dad's watching the intro around Christmas. Tom climbs to the top of that rock face. My dad's reaction, he does that in the the Christmas tree right to his right. It's like in the living room. Yes, that was my dad's reaction. Oh yes, and I also mentioned this: the Limp Bizkit doing the cover of the Mission Impossible theme, the Metallica, part also the I Discover. This movie had the right down the soundtrack. It's the most metal Mission Impossible. Yes, yes he is, and he came back because how much more Hollywood work did he do after? I need to look up again what he did Hollywood wise after Mission Impossible 2, but he came back fairly recently too with Silent Night, and he did his own remake of The Killer on a Peacock. So he's kind of back in the Western side of things now. But of course, his Hong Kong work speaks for itself. So yes, that is the cliff notes. I shared the article in the chat for you guys who want to read the whole thing, but that's the cliff notes of my piece, of my feature on why Mission Impossible is the undisputed champion MVP of the Mission Impossible franchise, bar none. Bar none. Come on. The closest competitor, well, I mean, again, I may need to give some more thought on this after my thoughts on Final Reckoning. If you ask me right now, my number 2 is definitely going to be Fallout. But so Final Reckoning could either be 2 or 3 for me. But number 2 is number 1 in the Mission Impossible franchise. Of course, you all knew that already. Okay, let's go back to the chat. And actually, William, we lost William there. You have a StreamYard hiccup. I don't know. He'll be back in a minute. Yeah, he was pretty good as the clown. But see, that's the thing too. Is the spot Spawn, it's like you just have it's. I mean, contrasted with the HBO animated series at the time, Spawn, you just can't do Spawn unless it's rated R. I mean, that's really the bottom line of it. Spawn you can't water down Spawn. And as mentioned my dad in that article, he held me back for the longest time from seeing Spawn. I had parents who actually cared about ratings, unlike a lot of the other people in my life that I know, friends and whatnot, including William. And so I had two in particular. I really just had to fight so hard to see as a kid. And for my mom, it was Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, specifically the one from '94 where De Niro is the monster and Kenneth Branagh is Frankenstein. And for my dad, it was the Spawn movie. And Spawn's not even rated R, but he just kept me from it for so long because he thought it was gross with Leguizamo the clown. He's when he was in the field, and Belram, you're definitely familiar with this. And he's in the field and training exercise. Soldiers periodically have to do. They go away for like a week for that. One of the younger soldiers brought that along, and they played it in the tent or what have you. He saw it, thought it was disgusting, wouldn't let me see it for the longest time. Finally got to, and again now, seeing more Spawn media beyond that. I mean, I feel like telling my dad, it's like. I have told him, I mean, you were blocking me from the most watered down version of Spawn there is, because I mean if you had read the comics, you'd seen the animated series. That movie is that is Lilo and Stitch. That's the Lilo and Stitch of Spawn compared to like the foundation Todd McFarlane set in the comics and what he did with his animated series. It's like Spawn really did need to be rated R. You can't. It's the kind of thing where like you can't try to do this like for a quadrant. We got to like get the widest audience possible. It really does need to be rated R. And then I realized that was a bigger risk back then because CBMs they were much more on the fence, so that much more on the ropes during that. And that's the same year that Batman, Robin, and Steel came out. So I get studio thinking it's like we have to maximize our possible audience, but on some level with some of these properties, you just got to recognize it's like you're ripping the essence of it away. If you got something that's like that R rated and you're trying to transmute it to a PG-13, you just gotta go for it with the R, and that's very much the case with Spawn. So we'll see with the King Spawn that Todd McFarlane wants to do. And of course, jokes on my dad in the end because as I mentioned, I interviewed Michael Jai White. I think about 7 times now. That was very again, that was a real kind of reversal that I love sharing that with them. It's like, oh yeah, you blocked your Spawn for so long. Yeah, I interviewed Michael Jai White 7 times. And I tell my mom, it's like one of these days I'm going to get either Branagh or De Niro, and I'm going to share that story with them. It's interesting too because when I was at Screen Rant, one of my editors, she got her master's. Her master's thesis she did on the book Frankenstein, and so I shared the story because I thought if anybody here was going to find the story as funny as I do, it's going to be her. So I shared the story with her about how hard I had to fight to see that as a kid. And by the way, she hates that. She told me it's like, oh, she hates that one because like she doesn't like De Niro's The Creature, which whatever floats her boat. But I think I saw it like when I was like 13, probably is when I finally got to do that. And the thing you got to understand about my mother is that she can't handle, like William's got 3Ds. My mom is not a gore. She's very gore averse. So that really horrified her from that. When I finally did get to see it, all I thought was, it felt PG-13 compared to the way she described it to me. So, one of these days I got to interview De Niro or Branagh and share that story with them. I've already shared that story with Spawn interviewing Michael Jai White. It's like, oh, my dad wouldn't let me see this because, he thought it was too much for a 12-year-old. Like, oh, yeah. The Spawn movie, as I said while you were away, when the Spawn movie, it's the Lilo and Stitch of Spawn in terms of like how watered down it is from the comics and the animation.
Oh, Lilo, I like I said, Lilo and Stitch is tearing up the box office. Who knew? I knew it was going to make a lot of money. I also knew I was never going to see or talk about it on this show. So I knew it was going to be able to print money though with the following that thing has. But it's kid shit, so I won't be seeing it. Sorry.
One with Cavill is the best. Which one with Cavill?
He's talking about Mission Impossible.
Oh yeah, Fallout. That's my number 2 is Fallout, and that's a very close number 2 because Fallout is also really really awesome.
Yeah, wow, Brad, what the fuck? We were at 72 when I left. What did you do?
Now we're 77.
Just jump back up to 78. Okay.
Yeah. So now you got to go away again so we can get it up to 100.
Nah, I am not flirting with that type of disaster because you'll have us down to 12.
No, they were my stories, man.
Mission Impossible had Limp Bizkit being part of the soundtrack. Yeah, that was funny. Dave was fucking with that last night. He said,
yeah, he talked about he did as much as he likes that version, that rendition of the Mission Impossible theme, he's not the biggest fan. So he appreciated that they did the strictly instrumental version. So Freddie House voice, he wouldn't hear through that because he's not the biggest fan of him.
Yeah, he imitated him too. It was hilarious. Hello, Rhea. How are you doing? Thank you for my popcorn bucket, Rhea.
My way. It's my way or the highway.
Yeah, that, like I said, I forgot more about MI2 than I ever remembered. So,
I'm here to remind you of all their greatness. So, perfect.
Don't need to. Thank you, Rhea.
No, must.
It's not that good a movie, but
it's great. It's fantastic. But you got a popcorn bucket for something that's not that great a movie right there. The Captain America: Brave New World.
It wasn't a horrible movie, but it wasn't as good as it's nowhere near as good as it could be. I might get the Lilo and Stitch one, and I'll never see that movie.
I still maintain the Bat Signal one. That's the best popcorn bucket we've gotten so far in this whole trend.
The one that's at the top of my
because it's a popcorn bucket that's also a functioning bat signal.
Yep. I don't care.
Kevin. He says that the one I wrote on Mission Impossible 2 might be the most controversial piece. Not even close, man.
Not really, because I don't know. In order for something to be controversial, it has to be kind of divisive. I don't think anybody. I mean, I met 3 people that think that movie's anything other
I've written ones that struck a nerve before, and I got a few that might be coming down the pike. They're also going to be more controversial than this. So I'll just FYI.
Let's see. Yeah. I mean, it's better than the movie, but you don't have that many instances of Spawn to really compare it to. So.
Well, also, I mean, it's because Todd, he was a lot more hands-on with the animation compared to the movie, and I mean, it's the point. His name's in the title in the animated series, and it's definitely like tonally, stylistically, it's definitely a lot more in sync, with the comics. I mean,
even that's watered down. Yeah. I think if I just put it out there, Rhea, I think people will just put money in it. So, yeah, I might have to take you up on that idea.
That's the first comic book store that has a tip jar?
No, I've actually seen other ones with tip jars.
Really? Okay.
And people, it's Vegas. People will offer you tips, and at some point, you just you stop saying no. You're like, well, okay, sure, I'll take it. Fuck it. It's like it's not as often, but
there's the Limp Bizkit music video for Mission Impossible 2. That is right. Awesome theme.
Why are we?
Michael J. White's other best role
Aaron, is Mission Impossible on the thumbnail tonight?
It's in my article. It's like, hey, don't be contradicting my baby sis.
She's not your sister. That's creepy. Let's stay on topic.
Michael J. White's other best role, his best role other than Black Dynamite. You're talking about Swan's his best role, and then Black Dynamite is the second. Yeah, I can see where you're going.
That's a tough one.
Well, no, Black Dynamite. He really did. He accrued a pretty big cult following with the Black Dynamite franchise. Because they had the Adult Swim series, and Outlaw Johnny Black was kind of like the spiritual prequel to that. So Black Dynamite was a pretty sizable hit.
I'm a fan of that genre of movies, so I just,
And see, the clever, that's what was really clever about the first one was the fact that they, it's not a spoof of blaxploitation, but it's structured and it's even presented.
Yeah, it's a blaxploitation movie.
It looks like something that you would have seen in the 70s. So
I just didn't. I thought it was good, but I just didn't get that same feeling. All right, guys.
By the way, has probably one of the best villain plots of all time. And I'm not going to spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen it, but it's like that's the villain plot. Is it's hilarious.
Yeah, Brad.
Brad's.
All right, so for those of you on the thumbnail, just below Shirley Johnson, and right next to my QR code, you'll see a baby riding a dragon. Why is that there? For those of you who don't know, that is a part of the cover image of Stone Temple Pilots' second release, Purple. This is we're now in our musical topic. Purple might be their best album. Like I said, we lost Scott Weiland sooner than he should have died. Heroin eventually got him. His entire career, he was dealing with it, but it eventually got him. So Purple. Let me read this out. Purple, stylized by the cover art Chinese character, um, is the second studio album by the American rock band Stone Temple Pilots, one of the better bands of that decade. Released on June 7th, 1994. Wow, that was like right in their OJ day. Um, the album building on the foundation laid by the band's debut album Core, which is another great album that was released in 1992, was a major commercial success, debuting in #1 on Billboard 200 with its 250,000 copies sold in the first week. Remember, this is before Spotify and all of those stuff. It remained at the top of the chart for 3 weeks, eventually selling over 6 million copies. I didn't realize it sold that fucking many. It spawned a number of successful hits: Vaseline, Interstate Love Song, both topped the mainstream rock tracks chart and reached #2 on the modern rock charts with The Big Empty. Now, that's the song from The Crow. That's the song that would end up on the Crow soundtrack. And wherever they were at in 1994, they exploded that year with that song. Also reached the top 10 with both charts. Lesser known album cuts like Pretty Penny, Unglued were released as promotional radio singles. And this was the kind of album where they only released the popular songs on the radio. But when you were listening to the radio in the mid 90s, if you stayed up late enough, the Buzzbin guys on any station you were at in America would play the other ones. I'm gonna put some songs in the chat for you. I wish there was a way. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and put I'm gonna collectively put the whole album in there for you guys, so you can experience this on your own. Here it goes, and then I'm gonna pick out. There's certain songs on this album that are just that stayed with me from the moment I heard these albums. The big hit was Interstate Love Song, and let's see. Don't want Still Remains is my favorite um, song from Stone Temple Pilots. Period. I think when we briefly covered this album, I think a while back. I didn't even care if this is a redo because this album was very important, and it's been like eons since we've done a plus. But our audience, if we had done it, say if we done it in a year, shit, that's 1,000 subscribers ago. So I just put the whole album in there, and then this is my favorite song. And yes, I do think we covered this. I think we covered the songs at least. If we covered the whole band, "Still Remains" is the best song on the album. It's the way I read it. It's about the singer's POV talking about suicide. He's lost somebody, and he's grieving. And there's lyrics in there that if you should die before me, ask if you could bring a friend. Those are things like that. This album has a bunch of them on there. Interstate Love Song was the big hit on that one. That's one of the first songs on there. The guitar work and the bass work for a band that was basically considered a grunge band, like a pseudo grunge band. They weren't just a powercore band. They were really, really, instrumental. And there's Unglued. That's another one. I regret never having a chance to see these guys in public, or not public, but in live. They came to Vegas and I missed them. And by the time I could afford to go to concerts on that scale, they had broken up, and he was starting to get heavily involved in drugs. Scott Weiland was the lead singer of this band, and And like I said, we lost that guy way too soon. When did he die? I think he died in 2017, maybe. Am I right, Scott Wayland? Let's see. Former members. They're still performing, by the way. It's just not the same. Scott Wayland. He was 48 years old. He died December 3rd. December 3rd, 2015. Wow, it's been 10 years since we lost him. But let's see. What's this? I'm aware you've written more content, but I just never would have imagined in my 12 years. I don't think that's controversial, to be honest with you. I mean, I think his opinion is controversial, but I don't think anybody who's seen all the movies is going to regard it as it's just going to be another person's opinion. That's all it really is. It's Brad's opinion. I mean, I don't know anybody who hates MI2, including myself.
Some people seem to be guided, to where the light here, but that's kind of what I'm doing. But
But Brad's the shit starter, though. He's a troublemaker. So
really,
that's what he does.
I have had, again, like I said, there's again one or two that I think are probably going to strike more of a nerve. Probably in the next week or so. They'll get, and but it's weird because the biggest back or the one that got somebody the angriest is the Steven Seagal one I told you about.
Which is ridiculous because why is anybody getting excited? No one, even the people who like his movies don't get excited over that guy.
Exactly. So
how you doing, Gabe City?
I've never. That's the only time I've ever had anybody DM me directly to cuss me out and talk about how wrong I was on something.
I'm like, dude, it's just not. I just don't have. Maybe it's because I just don't. I have the energy. I just want to spend it somewhere else, doing something else, and arguing with people online about these things. So many damn great albums released in 1995, 30 years. Yeah, we were talking about this the other day. When I did the pull the stream out of my ass when I did in the middle of the night, we were talking about 1995, both in movies and in music, and that was probably my favorite overall year when it comes to music. Is 1995. There was so much shit that came out. And they literally had radio stations dedicated to the type of music I was listening to. We should do a top 10 of albums released in the 90s because, man, that's gonna be the toughest thing that I could do, simply because that is literally, I was so immersed in 1995 and 1996 when it comes to those songs. I mean, Oasis. I mean, and these are the bands that, like I said, right after grunge. 1995 was the first full year after Kurt Cobain had died, and that signified that a lot of people walked away from that music as it was determined it was. They didn't realize that a lot with grunge didn't go away. Grunge evolved. Bush is a post-grunge band. Soundgarden is a grunge band, but their sound evolved beyond just that. If you listen to Bad Motorfinger, you listen to some of the earlier stuff that Soundgarden is doing, the earlier stuff that Pearl Jam is doing, there's a huge difference between 10 versus and Vitalogy. They evolved past grunge into a post. In fact, it's ironic that the people who ushered in the post-grunge era were many of the people who held up grunge for that 1990 to 1994 period. But you had Blur, you had Elastica, you had, like I said, Oasis was at their height. You had a lot of Garbage. Garbage is one of the greatest bands I ever heard. Their songs, and in 2.0, there's a lot of songs that came out of 1995 that literally hold up to this day. I could pop in Garbage. The soundtrack for Romeo and Juliet. Romeo and Juliet with Leonardo DiCaprio and Claire Danes in it. Number one crush, dude. That movie does not get the credit that movie deserves. John Leguizamo again was excellent in that. Claire Danes is excellent. That movie, and they're doing Shakespeare. They're word for word doing Shakespeare. But if you look at the soundtrack of that, there's some huge 90s ones in that soundtrack. The Crow, one of the main reasons I think that a Crow movie, no matter which, if you're basing it on Eric Draven, that version of The Crow, I don't care if Jason Momoa is in it and he's the MILF magnet, I think that movie's going to bomb. It won't make no money because Milk Magnet takes off his shirt and then the women will be there for him. But it won't make nearly as much money to make it worth it. Because why? Because 1994, 1995, there was just an aura that they captured in a bottle. And songs like this, the Big Empty was one of those songs. It's in the movie for 21 seconds and became one of the biggest tethers to that movie. So this album was great. I love this album. Like I said, my apologies for those of you long haulers that have been with us. If I've covered this album again, it was that important. And the songs that are on here, Vaseline was a big one. Jars of Vaseline. I mean, it was just one of those songs that. And the thing about the music in 1995 is it was the soundtrack to what you were living through, what you were going through, wherever it was. Your work, your job, running a store, doing anything. What was happening on the radio? And it was random. We weren't picking and choosing our song, our playlist. You listened to whatever came up, right? And in some ways that was cooler because you know what? When you pick a playlist, a lot of times you exclude things that you would have never given you've never given a chance. You stereotype a band or you stereotype an album or something like that, and you think, oh, that's so and so. I would never listen to that music. I'm not going to put that on my list. But when you're listening to the radio and they're just playing them, and you're not going to turn the radio station every time a song comes up, you're going to sit there. And a lot of these songs from these bands connected in ways that they would not connect today. Stone Temple Pilots had a lot of songs, and like I said, when you stay up past 9 o'clock when they can play the heavier stuff, the stuff that's not contracted by the radio stations and the studio, the record companies just play. They can play what we called back then the B-sides. Smashing Pumpkins had a ton of B-sides for their stuff. Melancholy and the Impotent Sadness has a song called Bodies that the radio stations would not play because it had the lyrics. Now our bodies are burning, and people were like, oh, that's they just didn't want it. But if you stayed up at 1-2 o'clock in the morning, you could hear that song. And it was very subjective. Some of the songs that Stone Temple Pilots have on this album, Still Remains, was considered controversial because it's contemplating suicide and depression. And now, and that's something that Scott Weiland from the moment Core was released 2 years earlier, all the way up until he died, was dealing with. And a lot of his songs earlier on were in his album, Flies and all that stuff was about him being the same guys, the same people that they were before they got rich and famous, and now having to deal with all of this with people reporting on it and watching it. He was in the drugs before that. A lot of these guys were in the drugs before that. It just amplified when they became famous and they were able to get their hands on better stuff, unfortunately. But this whole album, if you look from one song to another, and like I said, for those of you just coming in, I put the entire album, a link to the entire album, in the chat. I hope if you have not experienced these bands that we put on here, if there's anything I can give you, any gift I can give you, is if you connect with any of these and you like them, anywhere near where I liked them. So Meat Plow, that's a tough one. Vaseline was the first one that was released. Interstate Love Song.
Relevant to Aaron's question here.
What's up? Sorry.
It's all relevant to Aaron's question here.
Okay. I don't know much Stone Temple Pilots. If you're new to hearing now, where would you start? I would start with Core. Their first two albums, Core, which was released in 1992, and this album, Purple, that was released in 1994, in my opinion, are definitive of their sound. Even if there are later albums that you do go on, these two and listen to them back to back, because like a lot of the stuff in the 90s, they wrote these albums at the same time, but you could only fit so many tracks on a certain album. So a lot of the tracks from Core ended up becoming tracks on Purple. So start with those two albums, Aaron. That's how I would do it. Unglued, Army Ants, Kitchenware. There's a hidden track in there, by the way. Silver Gun Superman. Like I said, my track number 5, Still Remains, is instrumentally and lyrically the best song that they've ever done. It's my favorite STP song. But this, let's go back to Core. Since Aaron answered that question, Core was a brilliant album. Core, and somebody asked me, was Stone Temple Pilots underrated? I don't think they were necessarily underrated. I think that the vibe right then, everybody was caught up in the grunge, and grunge was perceived differently. But I think people still respected Stone Temple Pilots, and after the spotlight that Kurt Cobain was for grunge went away, the music still was there and it evolved. You could consider a lot of people consider Stone Temple Pilots a grunge band, but even then, they're one of the ones that evolved beyond what grunge was. All right, so let's look at okay. Oh, dude, man, just looking at these tracks, Dead and Bloated is like the best fucking opening of an alternative band song, other than Cara Brock from Smashing Pumpkins. Dead and Bloated. I am smelling like it's. I don't want to sing because I can't sing, but I am going to. There's a lyric in there that includes the term "birthday deathbed," and I'm like, this guy. Scott wrote this song. This guy, what was he thinking? And since we didn't have the internet, we didn't have a way to be like, what were you thinking when you wrote this? This is brilliant, and I don't know why. I didn't know it was brilliant for the wrong reasons. I didn't know it was brilliant because he's going through depression, and this was his outlet. Same thing with Chris Cornell. I'm reading. I mean, I loved Phil on Black Date. I'm dude, this is genius. This is genius. And then when the guy hangs himself, I'm like, oh shit! All of this was a long form suicide letter for some of these guys. But Dead and Bloated, I'm going to put that one in there. One of the best openings to a album, and when you hear it, you'll understand what I mean. It's just, and imagine listening to it with your Walkman on, or in a room where it's just you. Or for a lot of the way I got into this music, when I would go to like the warehouse or some of these Virgin Megastore, and you could put on a headset just like this and start listening to the songs. People were like, well, hey, if you let people listen to the music, you're never going to buy anything. Fuck that. We bought that shit. We did not want to leave there. When I would hear something on one of those sample things, even if they gave me the whole song, and it was some shit that they weren't playing on the radio, I did not want to leave there without taking that with me. That was the greatest marketing idea the record stores ever did. So you have Dead and Bloated, which is this song. Sex Type Thing was their breakthrough hit. If you read the lyrics, they were controversial because they're kind of like, it sounds like they're taking advantage of a woman against her will. Wicked Garden, No Memory, Sin, Naked Sunday, Creep. Creep was the one that, outside of Sex Type Thing, was their follow-up hit. That really was one of those things that helped them out. The video for Creep was one of when they started hiring, movie, directors to do that one. And I'm gonna make sure you look up Creep from these guys, are not Radiohead, because there's a different song, which is also a brilliant song, by the way. And here's Creep. Creep was different because it was low tempo. It's got acoustic, it's got electronic, but it's not their normal song. And you listen to the lyrics, and it took me forever to understand where this guy was coming from, and even more so after he passed away. These guys were dealing with demons, man. These guys were dealing with demons, and their music. We didn't have chat rooms. We didn't have grievance posts. They had music. And like I always say, when it comes to this era of music, because we didn't have all this shit, we couldn't jump online and make a post and have somebody respond, "Are you okay?" You had this, and people were listening to this stuff, and they were going through, in some degree, the same thing that Scott Weiland was going through. They were going through it, and I think that's why grunge and postmodern and post grunge was so successful, because even though we weren't rock stars, doesn't mean you weren't going through depression. Doesn't mean you weren't contemplating suicide. Doesn't mean you weren't going through all kinds of changes. So and then Stone Temple Pilots, song for song, emulated that. Plush Hush is my favorite song on this album. Um, it's another medium tempo song that really kind of takes over the album, and it's one that they didn't really. The radio stations did not want to play. They bring this in here. Yeah, this I think was for me. This was their MTV kick through. They had hits that I mentioned before, but this was the one that got the most airplay because it was the most of the video was the most MTV ready that they had done. Um, and this song right here is where you realize this guy is not just a screamer. This guy isn't just belting out stuff. This guy has range, and it's sad that we lost him. He didn't even make it to 50.
Wow.
A lot of these people that made these, I was thinking about this, and I hate to bring this down because it's the same thing I end up doing with wrestling. I was listening to Blind Melon the other day, No Rain, and I was listening to a song. I was listening to the whole album, the whole Blind Melon sometimes, the one that was released, and he died like literally that year at age 28, Shannon Hoon. And you hear these lyrics, and I'm like, these people are genius. These people, you should be in your 50s right now, looking back on this era like, holy shit, and explaining to me in retrospect what you were doing there. And they can't. Brad Knoll, all these guys are gone. And I'm like, you can't help to think that the music was part of that tapestry, good or bad. I enjoyed the music. But when I hear some of the stuff that Chris Cornell was writing, both with Audioslave and Soundgarden, I'm like, it's an unfortunate piece of a puzzle that just fits. Whether it be suicide or addiction, a lot of these guys were Alice in Chains, Lane Staley. He didn't even make it to 40, I believe. He died. He died, young, heroin overdose. I was supposed to see Alice in Chains here at Thomas and Mack. It was Metallica, Alice in Chains, and Candlebox. And Suicidal Tendencies ended up having to take the place of Alice in Chains because he had to go into rehab after an overdose. This was in the mid-90s. So all these guys and heroin seemed to be the one because of the euphoric, they just wanted to be taken away. And Kurt Cobain committed suicide, but Kurt Cobain has a drug problem. And all these guys, all the creative ones, but it's not unlike the 70s though, where you had Jim Morrison, Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin. These are brilliant geniuses of their era, but there was a passenger with them that they just couldn't shake. So hard to believe. So there you go, guys. By the way, trolls aside, when you're listening to this stuff, I am really and I mean this when I say this. I really want to hear your response. If anything else, you can respond to the comic books, you can respond to the graphic novels and all that. That's great. But I really want to hear if you're listening to this music, or if you listen to it, when I listen to it, how did it make you feel? But more importantly, if you're brand new to this, because I will never be able to listen to this for a first time again. You only get one first time. You only get one first time to where a certain song just stops you in the middle of Walmart or wherever the hell it is that you hear it, and you stand there. In the 90s, because we didn't have Shazam where we could just aim the damn phone up and say who sung that. There were times where I would hear a song while I was shopping or when I was working at Walmart overnight back in the day. I would hear a song and I would stop what I was doing to hear that song. And then I would go right over to the music section and I would get that tape or whatever. So I am at a disadvantage when it comes to these songs and music that I'm bringing you guys because I will never be able to hear Still Remains for a first time. I can still enjoy it thousands of other times, and each time is sort of different. But for you guys who are watching this show, who do go ahead and click on these songs and click on the stuff we bring in, how are you? What did it do for you? Did you like it? Did you not like it? Did it affect a certain part? Did it make you remember something? I'm curious because, like I said, I envy you. I envy you because you first timers are where I was at when I pressed play for the first time on some of these songs. So that's our musical topic of the week. The last thing is a really easy one, as far as is because we spent the afternoon with it, and that's The Empire
Oh
Strikes
yeah.
Back 45th anniversary. I felt like shit today admitting that I sat in the movie theaters as a kid watching something that had been around for 45 years. But then I reminded myself, you either get birthdays or funerals. Choose one. Got to choose continuing to get the birthdays. All right. Um, so yeah. But yeah, so 45 years ago this weekend, the in my opinion, the greatest Star Wars movie out there, Empire Strikes Back, was released. It is, I think now with things like Rogue One and Andor out there, and the fact that Empire Strikes Back was doing that really dramatic, really tense, really intrigue thing 45 years prior is a testament to how this movie stands up. This movie stands up today. A lot of it is because the nuts and bolts of it come from other filmmakers who, Kurosawa and things like that. Seven Samurai, all these things when it comes to Star Wars were derivative of things like that, and I think that's why Empire Strikes Back holds up as well. To me, it's the movie that made Darth Vader the villain that he would be. Obviously, you had the original movie, but if you look at it, Darth Vader is not in that movie as much as he's in, I believe, in Empire Strikes Back. And the range of his evil is not fully put on display. He's killing fools in Empire Strikes Back. I mean, he's choking people. He's doing yoga in his chamber and choking Admiral Ozzel. Rest in peace, Admiral Ozzel. 45 years later, because you were as clumsy as you were stupid. And
guy with no hands.
yeah, he's just sitting there like, and not only is he killing him, he's giving instructions to the guy who's about to replace him with. So imagine being Admiral Beat, who's his name. Imagine being Admiral Beat. You're literally going to give instructions, and the guy you're replacing is literally getting killed next to you. You better not fuck up. And when he does, Vader accepts his apologies. No, that's Admiral Nita. Because Admiral Nita was a dumbass who said, well, they can't be, they're nowhere in this asteroid belt. If they're there, they're dead. And that's my favorite line of, one of my favorite lines in Empire Strikes Back, where Vader's like completely dismissive. No, Admiral, they're alive. I mean, he's like not even, don't come to me with this bullshit. I know they're alive. Keep looking, and you better come back with something. That was where Vader became the fear, because the only time he uses the Force really in Star Wars that much was when he chokes that one Admiral guy. He's like, I find your lack of faith disturbing, and that's really, I mean, he's not doing it in Star Wars. He's fully showcased as a badass that he would be remembered for up until now. He has more dialogue in Empire Strikes Back. He has more. Obviously, he has better fighting scenes. He's fighting geriatric Obi-Wan, who's not there to compete. And then obviously the revelation of who his son is. And the only deeper revelation would be when you found out that Leia was his daughter as well, and then we have to wait 19 years to or whatever 15, 16 years to to go into that trilogy. But Empire Strikes Back, I think, really revolutionized the word blockbuster, because it was a blockbuster that came from a proven winner. And it really you didn't have this is the era where you started to get the sequels of the things that did well. You would see it in Raiders of the Lost Ark. You would see it in Superman. The original Superman was successful. 2 years later, you got Superman 2. The very same year that this was released, you got Superman 2. Prior to that, dramatic movies, serious movies, I think it was The Godfather. The Godfather Part 2 was the one that got a sequel. But a lot of big hits throughout that era did not get sequels. A lot of it was because of the story. I mean, the main character was dead or whatever. But this was that. I remember this having a huge blockbuster appeal. Seeing that line wrapped around Man's Chinese Theater back then. Now it's the TMC Theater or whatever, but it's still Man's Chinese. Just that feeling of being able to watch something on this scale and having to rely completely on the movie. We didn't walk out. We didn't have blogs and shit. We didn't have people pre-burying a movie. Oh, I don't like this movie. It's a movie's gonna shitting on movie fire. You went to the movie. You went to the movie. You waited a week until everybody got a chance to see that movie, and then you started talking about it. And then came Christmas time, you ended up getting the toys. That was always the biggest thing about these movies is the toys that came out. I showed you guys my Millennium Falcon from 1978. That's sitting in there. I have an AT-AT from this show, but it was just it was an iconic movie, and like I said, happy 45th birthday. As somebody who was like literally -7 when this movie came out, I know you saw it really late and out of order. So, what does The Empire Strikes Back mean to you?
I didn't see it out of order. I saw the original trilogy in order. So.
Oh, you saw them in order? Okay, you just saw them late.
I think you mentioned like Phil mentioned he had seen them out of order during the watch party. Okay. Like he saw Return of the Jedi. I think it's what he said first, and he kind of went in reverse order on the original trilogy. But yeah, I saw when I was, I first, if I remember correctly, probably saw A New Hope in 94, 95, something like that. So it was about 14, 15 years removed from what, or much more like about 12 years removed from when the original trilogy ended. And as I kind of said during the watch party, I mean, my journey with Star Wars has been kind of interesting in that. I saw the original trilogy as a child, and I really enjoyed it, but I didn't really I didn't become like a real devoted follower of Star Wars until like probably at mid-20s. So I'm kind of a Johnny come lately on Star Wars.
Well, this one I don't blame you on because you weren't even born.
Yeah.
So it wasn't.
I'm literally a Johnny. I'm biologically a Johnny come lately.
Yeah, you can't really control this other one where you say, "Well, my first so and so," and I'm like, this motherfucker saw some legendary shit as like a sidebar to something else, and I'm like, oh my god. But this one I don't blame you. You saw it literally as soon as you could see it, you saw it.
I had like object permanence and stuff
like that. So I like you could go back in time.
But I mean, we all know. I mean, of course, the biggest disappointment was, Homer just couldn't keep his mouth shut.
Okay. I need you to stop this. Listen, chat. I need you to help me. I need the world to help me. I need Homer's The Simpsons to not creep its way into the show.
But Homer,
we have never had a Simpson topic. We may never have a Simpson topic on this show. But if you to hear Brad has a Simpsons reference for everything. I'm surprised you didn't have one for Oppenheimer. I mean, the Simpsons is like the basis of your life. Do you have like a
I grew up with the Simpsons.
I'm like, everything.
And see, here's the thing: is that, but we even have footage of when Homer did that.
Oh my god! Don't you dare! Don't you dare! Don't you get us kicked off for this bullshit! Don't! Damn it!
I haven't played it yet.
Don't, because I don't feel like having to cut it out and get that email. Hey,
at least
no, put it down because we're going to get taken off.
All right, I'm putting this in the chat. You guys
put it in the chat because remember, we got taken down for a quarter of a second of Jim Carrey not even saying a word, but mouthing a word, and we got taken down. I had to put that stream back
I just shared with you guys like the live video feed of Homer Simpson. His first date with Mars. They walk out of Empire Strikes Back back in 1980, and he just blurts out, walking past the line from the next show, "Oh man, who'd have thought Darth Vader was Luke Skywalker's father?"
You'd have got your dude. His life would have been in danger. No shit, and I'm not exaggerating. If you'd have done some shit like that, where I grew up, your life would have been in danger. I mean, not like immortal. Maybe you'd have gotten beat up. Like I said, we had a kid get suspended.
We had pretty well this audience does.
Yeah, we had a kid get suspended in my first grade class over that shit, dude. Luckily, I had already seen it. This is an awesome question, Aaron. This is an awesome question, and I got a very weird answer that I hope you guys understand. All right, Aaron's question is, what got you into rock music rather than any other genre? All right, so I grew up in a household with parents that predominantly listened to Motown. That just didn't grab me at all. MTV helped because MTV made it when we were whenever we were in the car with the old man or my mom. Obviously, you're going to listen to their music. You're not getting any requests in there. There's just nothing else there. But when we all had access to the TV, and that's when I completely came to an understanding that there wasn't just this limited type of music out there. Not limited, but not the music school scape was not limited to just R&B and the old Motown stuff that my parents were okay with listening. They never forced that on us, by the way, or me. This was just what was out there, and I didn't have any idea what kind of music was out there beyond that. But when I started to watch MTV, because MTV premiered in 1981, I was 7. So MTV was one of those things that was on when cable started to expand in 1981, 1984. So by the time 1985 or 1984 happened, everybody pretty much had they had MTV on your basic sites. Then I started seeing bands like Def Leppard. Then I started seeing bands like Iron Maiden. Then I started seeing things like Aerosmith. And the reason why I've grown up preferring that type of music because those sounds and those melodies lined up with all the other things I was into. Science fiction, fantasy lines itself right along with heavy metal. Alternative music, the things I was going through and the things I was reading, that I was alternative in the late '80s and early into the mid '90s. I was reading things like The Sandman. I was reading things like The Crow. I was reading things, I was listening to a lot of music that if I had to visualize what the music meant to me, it was literally what was in front of me, and the music connect that genre of music connected more along with the other things I surrounded myself with, like I said, comic, science fiction, horror. Nothing wrong with the other genres; they just did not line up. When I show you around my place, it each of the places I've had since I opened in 1995 are I'm hearing what my store looks like because of the things that are in it, and the things that that represented. I mean, you pick up an Iron Maiden cover, that's science fiction, that's fantasy. You listen to Black Sabbath, that's science fiction, that's fantasy, that's a little bit of horror. You listen to Def Leppard, that's science fiction. It just seemed like the music, that type of music, was telling the type of stories that I had already surrounded myself with, and that's why I prefer that genre over anything else. Now, there are other things that that pop out to me that I will listen to. One of the things that music has taught me when it comes to these things is keep an open ear to everything. There are things that that are not in the genres I prefer that will catch me. Puff Daddy and the Family, the very first song after I think it's Life After Death, Victory, where they use the Rocky montage to rap to. That's awesome. Um, a lot of the stuff that Notorious B.I.G. did, almost everything he did, appealed to me. Um, so there's a lot of stuff. There are if you were to look down my playlist, there are things on there that yeah, there's a core genre that I prefer, but there are things around that I listen to that I can justify. There's certain look up an artist named Mary Chapin Carpenter. I happened upon her music. I like her music. Tori Amos, I really like her music. In fact, she may be she's my favorite female performer. My favorite male performer being Peter Gabriel. And Tori Amos's music literally lines up with the way I saw my story coming about. I always say things like Books of Magic, Sandman. There was a connection between her and Neil Gaiman. The character Delirium is said to have been based on her, and she did some music that was based on some of the stuff she read from him. So there was an interdependency on the type of genre that I just saw as a piece of the world that I was building for myself from my teens all the way up till now, to be honest with you. So yeah, that is what got me into it. It was just the lens that I saw the world, and I was not only was I just living as a young man through it, I was building something. So as this music is coming out, it's affecting me, and it's affecting how I'm building these things. So I always feel that it's been attached to it. So I hope that answer wasn't too weird. I hope you guys understood that. That's the best answer I can give you. All right. Let's see. Yeah, believe it or not, though, the funniest thing about when you get Brian Wilson, the very first song I heard from Bare Naked Ladies is a song called "Brian Wilson Is Dead." You know, lying in bed just like Brian Wilson dead. Very first song I heard from them, and he's very much alive, and he was then too. I was taken to the first Star Wars as a 3-year-old, so I don't remember anything with that. That's how I got it.
Yeah, for me, it was Blockbuster. I mean, Dad took me to Blockbuster. He introduced me to Star Wars.
1983, I think, is when Return of the Jedi. So 3 years.
Yeah. And that, by the way, it's like that. Maybe William can speak a little bit to that kind of change in how franchises unfold these days, because this is the pre-cinematic universe era. So it wasn't uncommon. Like Indiana Jones is a point of comparison. I mean, you have like 4 to 5 years between installments in some cases.
And that was because Harrison Ford was a busy guy.
Yeah, true. Yeah, but like with Star Wars, I mean, like 3 years between, I mean, that was pretty standard for like as far as like turnaround time from like one, even in like a very popular franchise from like one installment to the next.
And those movies took a long time to make too. People don't really realize while they're in the interim of 3 years, they're spending a year making one of the movies. So one of those years is in production. All right, now I'm just going up and down the chat.
It's like these. I mean, when Disney Star Wars started, we had like a period where we were getting like something Star Wars, something cinematically of Star Wars like every single year from 2015 through 2019.
And most of it wasn't good.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up in a house of oldies. Like I said, I grew up in a house of Motown people, Smokey Robinson, Berry Gordy type stuff. I just didn't connect to it. You have this music. My parents, you have this music playing, but you're taking me to movies like Conan the Barbarian. You're taking me to movies like Friday the 13th. So my mind, as it is forming, is looking for a soundtrack to what you're showing me. And also soundtracks to certain movies that I preferred, that I was being taken to, were more akin to science fiction, horror, fantasy, and that was usually going to be in the rock genre. There's not too many hip hop or R&B things that line up well with science fiction, horror, fantasy, depending on how you see it. Heavy metal has always naturally done that, and that's and by extension, grunge and rock and alternative definitely does it. I mean, The Crow literally drives home that point more than any other thing I could explain to you. But I grew up in that kind of household too. But once again, it was a different time where my parents never told me that I couldn't listen to a certain amount of music. They weren't going to play it. They weren't going to buy it for me, but they weren't going to. They didn't stop me from buying it when it was on MTV. They didn't stop me from watching it. They let my mind go to where my mind went, so that was cool for them. Pink Floyd is psychedelic. It's certain aspects of Pink Floyd are very dystopian. One of the first albums that I ever heard as a kid was Pink Floyd's The Wall, and I listened to that bad boy all the way through. This was before The Wall, the movie, came out, because the movie came out years later. But Teacher, Leave Those Kids Alone. That's what I heard. I before I knew what Pink Floyd was, I heard that song. And then you go listening. So as a 6 and 7-year-old, I'm listening to Comfortably Numb. So as my mind is not even physically developed yet, I'm having these songs and this type of music into it. So I think that led to what I am today. Let's see. I remember my cousin at home boxing the vinyl. Yeah, my playlist. Yeah, my playlist is all over the place. Like I said, there are times when I use now I use YouTube Music, to bring up a lot of the stuff. And the cool thing about YouTube Music sometimes is it knows what you're listening to, right? And so it'll suggest a song for you. So I'll leave it on autoplay, and some of the stuff that it brings up is like, wow. First of all, I know who this is, but I didn't know they did that song. I'm like, wow, and then that's what happened. That's to me the randomness of radio. When I was a kid, it was one of the best gifts. I was glad that I was given by reality, because I'm horrified to think that how I would have turned out if I could have just had a playlist and excluded things. If I didn't have that random encounter when it came to people and music.
That's
So
fair.
yeah.
And then see, she says you got to sign off this. I was going to sign up for their husband. All right. Thanks for having me, Belruff.
See you later. Watch Friendship. What's that? Okay.
Yeah. And Aaron's got one here. Don't, this is the wrong way, William, but it warms my heart hearing a Black American talk about his love for rock. What was the reaction to people in your community that you loved rock music?
It was split because you got to realize I grew up in Los Angeles, which was a melting pot anyway. And when you went to concerts, and when I was growing up in San Bernardino, you would see Chinese, Japanese, Mexican, Black, white at Metallica concert. At a Metallica concert where Motorhead is opening, you would see us all there. I didn't start getting anybody kind of like asking questions until like later on in life, like as I was when I joined the Army, because you got to realize people from the Army, they're coming from every region and they're joining together and they're bringing their own stereotypes with them. They'll get washed away eventually, but the stereotypes. So when I would start, I'm at basic training in Oklahoma and I'm playing, Sanitarium. And the automatic assumption is, and this is the rock industry really hurt themselves because of the way rock was marketed in the 80s. They really did themselves a disfavor. But a lot of those stereotypes were built just you grew into them. Before MTV, you didn't have it wasn't segregation in that way, but it was kind of was. Your R&B stations played this, your AM Gold station played classic rock, and then your other station played rock, and you didn't come together. MTV couldn't do it that way. Even they had to be dragged reluctantly into merging us all together. But once they did it, you were exposed to music that you would never have been exposed to. But I would get it. I would get a lot of it. I would get, oh, you listen to this, and people would they would pause and they would you know what they wanted to say. Well, you're Black, but I'm like, okay, you so was Jimi Hendrix, so was Bo Diddley, so was Chuck Berry. And if you interview any major guitar hero that helped build heavy metal, a lot of those guys use those guys as a foundation. The blues, believe it or not, without the blues, you really don't have rock or heavy metal. And the blues was music that was created, in large part from Black folks in the Midwest, St. Louis, Chicago area, in the South. That sound that Chuck Berry brought in, that sound that Bo Diddley brought in. You listen to Tony Iommi, you listen to Slash, you hear those genetics going on, and they'll say it. They'll say it. Tony Iommi has said it on several occasions that he's credited as him and Black Sabbath being credited with the creators of heavy metal. But you look at some of he'll roll out the same names I did. Hendrix, you can't get more metal than what Hendrix was doing. We didn't know what to call it. That's what Hendrix was doing, and Ted Nugent, who's a nut job. But the one thing he said that is 100% true when it comes to the electric guitar, if there was a Mount Rushmore of electric guitar, most of the guys on there would be Black. The only white guy would be Les Paul because he created the thing, and I'm quoting him. So they marketed it horribly because they didn't realize that there was an audience out there for with us in it. But yeah, I would get people that in all the genres of music. Oh, you listen to that? You listen to that? Yeah, I sure do. And I got to the point to where there are so many things about me that are not conventional at any era you find me in that I just stopped caring. I just stopped caring because how I perceived the music as versus somebody else, it was taking away from my happiness. When I listen to these songs and this music, I'm listening to them to be transported to another place or have something unlocked. I can't do that if I have somebody else's opinion in the way. You know what? You're ruining the music for yourself. So at some point, I just stopped listening to them about everything. And there were so many things, you're 19, 20 years old, I got people for the first 5-6 years telling me, when are you going to, this comic book thing isn't going to last. You're going to have to go out and do this. You're going to have to do that. And then, it ended up lasting my entire adult life. You shouldn't be listening to this because this, you form a shell around your head and around your psyche at some point in your life to where you just do what feels natural to you. And that's when it came down to music for me. in one span of a 24-hour period, I will have listened to Children of the Sea from Black Sabbath, Silent All These Years from Tori Amos, Possession by Sarah McLachlan, um, Talk to Me by Peter Gabriel, Sanitarium by Metallica, Rain and Blood by Slayer, all within the same cycle because that's where the music takes me. And then sometimes the playlist, now that they have them set like that, it takes you to places beyond that. So, you like Rain and Blood? Here's this. You like this? Here's this. And then it's kind of cool. I'll be laying in the bed saying, and just letting them pick the songs for me, and that's how it went. But yeah, I think for anybody who is in the genre of anything that they enjoy and it has a stereotypical audience, fuck all of that. And Lemmy, we played this on here several times. When he had a black person writing into him saying what kind of heat he got for listening to heavy metal. And Lemmy was already up there for me. When he said that, there's a stratosphere that guy ascended to. That's so important because I was of age to really tell everybody to go fuck themselves when they criticized what I was listening to. You're talking about 7, 8, 9-year-old kids that are writing into people saying, I can't relate to anybody around me because of what they think about me. And Lemmy's like, fuck them. Listen to what you love. And this was back in the day. He didn't have to say anything to be politically correct. He thought that was bullshit. He said it. And same thing with David Bowie. There was a lot of people who made it, for kids, okay to listen to whatever you want to listen to. Luckily, I was a little bit older by the time I started getting the criticism. But yeah, I felt the heat, Aaron. But you know what? A guy who walks around with a fucking bolt on his chest and cat ears and weirdo and wrestling belts, I've been getting it so long that it was just one more thing to put in the weird basket. All right, Hollywood Video is my sanctuary. Yeah. We did a show on that a couple of months ago back. Things that we could bring back, things that have gone away that I think that have hurt the culture of America not having around. Borders, Barnes and Nobles isn't it? Tower Records, Hollywood Video. These are things that people met. Like I said, that spontaneous encounter, or no, random encounter is what I call it. Random encounter. That going into a common space where other people are there and meeting other people and being exposed to other things. I think we've lost that a little bit, and I hope it comes back. Thank you for all 82 of you right now that are watching. If you are watching us on Twitter, please join us over at the mothership that is YouTube, and I'm about to make that a lot easier for you by putting that in there, and youtube.com/the Sci-Fi Center. Join us. These are the conversations we have. And this is if you're in, if I'd have had a place like this years ago, who knows how it would have turned out. But for all you weirdos that are like me, here you go. Here's a place for you. All right. So Lenny Kravitz was the first guy I saw with the guitar. For me, it was Hendrix. Then you have Vernon Reid from In Living Color. Yeah, Vernon Reid. Queen. Queen is at the top of the list for me because of Freddie Mercury and his range. But Steven Tyler has range as well. There's a lot of Aerosmith songs. I got introduced to the Aerosmith a lot later though through Run DMC because Aerosmith was done by the time I knew who they were, and then they got a second life about their career because of MTV. And Watts was like, yeah, Bo Diddley, and yes, he did. And you know why? Because the Clash and all these bands that came from London, where they didn't have a segregated scene, a lot of these songs that a lot of the black artists and writers were doing, and we couldn't get into everywhere because of segregation, they didn't have the producers and the scouts. They were listening to that stuff, and a lot of that stuff that shaped the way the Rolling Stones came out. The Rolling Stones, Mick Jagger had to come out on, I think it was the Tammy Annie show. He had to come out after James Brown, and he's like, "We're changing shit." The Who, Monterey Pop Festival, had to come out after Jimi Hendrix set a guitar on fire. And Pete Townsend is like, we got to come on after that? Nobody's going to remember us. So you had the influences that were there even then. It's just that nobody goes beyond the surface. You see, and the 80s really did us in. Hair bands and, the ripped jeans and the spandex and all the crazy shit that went on. We didn't hear any of that, though. You know, when I saw Sammy Hagar with Tiger Stripes and all that on, I didn't hear that. I heard 5150. I heard Dreams. I heard Best of Both Worlds. I heard a lot of the stuff that was being, that was done by black guitarists. Eddie Van Halen. If you interview you see the interviews of him, man. You bring up he brings up things that would have never you by stereotype would have never associated um with rock, but they did because they were the ones playing the music. Let's see. Went to my first ever Ozfest in 2002. There were so many jokes. Yeah, dude, but people love Ozzy. All races. I've been to Black Sabbath. All races go to Black Sabbath. All races go to Black Sabbath. I saw Black Sabbath with Ozzy. I did not get a chance to see them with Ronnie James Jr. and I man, that pisses me off. But you go to Oz and Ozzy when he was doing Blizzard of Oz, when he was doing all that, dude. In L.A., I would say 40% of that audience was Mexican. We had some of us there, dude. Yeah, Ozzy. Yeah, some music, some guys is just and Metallica was the same way. Metallica was the same way. Metallica is probably some of the most inclusive music you'll ever hear. See, I can't really relate to rap because I love girls too much and calling them out other than name. Yeah, and gangster, you would not be able to listen to gangster rap.
Oh man, I forget which one of the Chris Rock's the stand-up acts where he talks about. It's like,
Yeah, he was talking about Lil Wayne. He was talking about Lil Wayne.
Yeah, I love rap. Yeah, I love rap, and I can't defend it.
Yeah, it's some of the nastiest stuff out there. And he was
hilarious.
talking about you brought up Lil Wayne, Lil Jon, or somebody.
Yeah, Lil Jon, yeah.
Okay, that Gregorian chants I did. It was from
I think he means actual Gregorian chants.
No, but there was a song. That who remember that? What was that song by the Benedictine whatever? They actually had a song on alternative radio that they used those chants. And then Ann Goon, the Sands of Sahara, she kind of used that in there too. So at that time, be honest with you, I was open to anything you could have put in front of me. I was open. My ears were open to anything I was looking at that this way. Here I am, a weirdo with a closet selling comic books, basically, is what I had. Everything should be open to me. I'm wanting people to be open to what I'm doing. Everything music-wise, culture-wise. I was trying some country music, because when you work at Walmart, they were piping that shit in from Bentonville. And so there was some country music I picked up. I mean, I was open to anything. To this day, I am. Now, there are certain types of music that I'm just like, I'm not really into it. Like the metal rap that came out after the 90s wasn't my thing. The Limp Bizkit, the Korn, and all that stuff just wasn't for me. I understand a lot of people enjoy it and continue to enjoy it. But that kind of stuff, just the rhythm of it just didn't lend itself to me at all. So, yeah. Let's see. What do we got in here? Hollywood Video. All right, I'm a little bit behind. Let's see.
So you had Hootie and the Blowfish that leads Blackets, right?
Yeah, and they're from South Carolina, and that Crack You Rare was one of that was a big hit. That was a big hit. He's a country singer by trade, but him and Hootie and the Blowfish, they're still together. Darius Rucker, yeah, hold my hand, man. That song was everywhere in the mid '90s. I probably heard but didn't listen. I don't know what Nine Inch Nails be saying half the time. You know what? Sometimes you don't need to. Sometimes you just hear him playing. I'm glad you got to see him. Yeah, I got to. Like I said, I told you guys a couple of weeks ago or a month ago. So I got to see him before I could fully appreciate who and what I was watching. And I'm glad I did because I didn't realize I knew of him and I knew of Motorhead, but I didn't realize the cultural godhood that these guys were on when it came to other bands referring to them like they referred to them until years later. And it was before he passed, but it was like it was years later that I'm like, this guy was a dude. This guy was here. This guy was everything that people said. He was the folklore, and he matched it. And when you just to hear him in interviews, and you could hardly understand him half the time because he had that Oasis he had that Oasis accent to where you had to have the subtitles sometimes. But Lemmy was something else, man. And when he passed away, that was a huge loss. Huge loss. Prince was too, and Prince leaned on Hendrix. Prince was like, I mean, Prince studied Hendrix like he was a biology class, and he could play all instruments. Prince could play drums. He could play horn instruments. Many times on his album, um, he was what a disappear. He was playing those albums, kind of like Trent Reznor. Trent Reznor, and at the early part of his career, was playing all of his.
Prince is also kind of the reason I wasn't able to listen to Advisory discs until I was like 14, because he had, he put out whatever the one song was that
pissed off sexy motherfucker,
pissed off Tipper Gore, and then she had her whole like crusade she launched that got the Advisory labels on there.
Two Live Crew and NWA did a lot of that, and they did it on purpose because whenever you slap that label on something, the sales went up.
Exactly.
James, I know it wasn't alone. It was just hard. You just didn't run into a lot of us, unless you went to a gathering where we were all at. Like when you go to a concert, there were no lines of segregation there as far as you were just all there. You go to in the mid-90s, you go to one of these coffee shops, to see a band, or you go to one of these bookstores and they have the music section and there's somebody standing listening to the same type of music as you're listening to. They were all drawn there by the music. See, that's the thing about when it comes to music. It's the right things draw you to it. The wrong things keep you away. So that's how I felt. Let's see. Suicidal Tendencies, Slayer, Exodus, Testament, Megadeth, and Metallica are all dude, Metallica had those fools had they would come in like 50 and 60 groups of 50 and 60, especially now with their new band. With their not new, he's been with the band 20 years. Robert Rodriguez, I think his name is. They were coming to see him. Exodus, Testament, all those bands, and they appealed. Those bands appealed to all of us. I know the record companies were aiming for white people with long hair, but dude, I know plenty of black folks that would listen to Master Puppets, and they were like, that shit's speaking to me. I know plenty of people that were listening to One and saying that it spoke to them long before we saw who was listening to it, or we saw who was on the t-shirt. We were down with it. Now, K-pop, that's a little far, a little bit further down the line. Okay. Yeah, a little bit. Like I said, I'm open to anything. I mean, I'll give something at least a couple of seconds before I'm like, okay, maybe that's not
a couple of seconds. Okay.
Yeah, obviously, like a K-pop thing, it's just not just from the genre that there's probably not going to be anything in for there. But I've heard K-pop. And I'm like, I've heard most country, and I'm like, but there is some country that has caught my ear. A lot of times I'll be traveling, and when I was traveling with the military, and they would have the airplane radio station, and they would just throw shit out there. I'd be, who's that? And then and I would go out and get the signal back when you could get the signals. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff out there. Yeah, if you were to look at me though, like I said, because of the stereotypes, you wouldn't, unless I told you on this show, you would not. You would automatically assume that I listen to a certain genre, which is tragic. It's tragic after all these decades that there's an automatic assumption, because, to be honest with you, the music that you don't think I'm listening to belongs as much to black folks as it belongs to anybody else. Heavy metal, all these genres belong to as much to us as anybody. I mean, we're not guests in the club. We were in the club. They helped build the club. We got VIP badges in some cases, and a lot of this music, if you're listening to it and if you're paying attention and you're hearing the chords, you're hearing the sounds, even if it's across genre, you're gonna hear a lot of that. Leonard Skinner is a Southern rock band, but you can hear the lineage from what they're playing going all the way back to a lot of different black guitar players. That long twang that distinguishes them from just outright country music to country rock, because a lot of people couldn't figure out what genre to put them in. There's a lot of bands up there, but I think Black Sabbath, like I said, they're credited for heavy metal. They're listening to guys that look like me. They were listening. I mean, Hendrix is doing Black Sabbath released their first album. Black Sabbath, I believe in 1970. Hendrix was already well established by then. He died that year, but he was already well established. But what he was doing, you literally had rock people of the day. The Beatles were looking at Hendrix. The Who was looking at Hendrix. Pink Floyd was looking at Hendrix. The Rolling Stones were looking at Hendrix. They were all watching the same shit that all the audience were watching. And you look at the trajectory of a lot of what they did, and the black influence is there in the Beatles. The black influence is there in the Who. It's there. It's there because, like I said, we were part of the forming of this genre. It just wasn't marketed that way when you got to bands like, you started getting the makeup and everything else. And it weren't the band's fault. It was the record companies. If they figured that if they included us, that meant they were going to be excluding, the rest of the audience. When in reality, dude, we were all showing up buying the same shit. We were all showing up at the concerts. You go to a fucking Iron Maiden concert in '88. It's not just a bunch of white people there. So everybody's there. Everybody's there. Like that concert I brought up in '93. We're talking '93, over 30 years ago, when I went to go see the Motorhead, and then dude, there were some white folks there, yeah, but there was a whole lot of brown folk there too, and nobody had a problem with nothing. You entered that realm, and the music drew you to where you were supposed to be. Everybody that was at any of these concerts belonged at these concerts, and that's where I'm like, this is where I need to be. And but when it comes to the other genres of music I listen to, like I said, a lot of them, while my mind and what I was going to be was forming, this music was alongside of me. I literally, if you were to walk in here right now, I could literally walk you to sections of the store that literally, no shit, music influenced the way they look. Literally. And I've said that before. If you could hear the Sci-Fi Center, it's in the music that I grew up listening to.
Mm.
Yeah, happy Goth Day. Goth Day was a couple of days ago. Yeah, there was a couple of days. Goth Day was a couple of days ago. Oh yeah, there's tons of black goths.
Mm.
They had a black goth society out here, right? Fucking hilarious back in the 90s.
I don't think when I was a teenager, I never quite went goth, but I mean, I don't know. It's like when I first discovered Korn, I did start. I remember I had kind of a punk phase maybe as like teenager. I was always wearing like my like Korn hoodie and like and shit like that. So it's like I had a little bit of a punk era.
One of these coffee shops or one of these places they advertised, we're passing out flyers. They drop some flyers at the store. We're having a black goth night. I show up to it. Guess who's there? White people. Along with some black people. And you know what? That was the last of those. Then it just became goth night. That's all it is. And I'm like, dude, you just let the music do it. The music will draw the right people to where you want them to be.
You don't have to like say it's like now it's Asian goth night, now it's Hispanic goth night. It's like, no, it's
not. But because the stereotypes, and I understand why they did it, because the stereotypes were prevalent. You're up against the stereotypes, whether you want them to be there or not. But once you do it, once you light that candle, all of us mobs are going to come, and we're going to come unqualified. We're not going to be like, is this or no? We're going to hear what you're playing, and we're going to be there. And that's the way music should work when it's doing its thing. So, yeah, that was hilarious. I remember with that. Goth Brad. Okay, that's a scary guy. They're out there, dude. But they don't classify as that though. Like I said, follow the music and you'll find somebody in that crowd because they're there. They're just not wearing a T-shirt saying, here I am. Mm. Yeah, and those Mortos music, the Mexican death metal, I gave that a shot. That shit's too deep for me, but I gave it a shot.
Yeah. Goth Brad. Oh, thank you. Again, I think I was more. It was just like rebellious teen punk phase. But yeah, thank you for the comment. Williams Fly.
I still don't think that's him.
Come on, man.
Yes, actually, I actually liked. I liked Iron Maiden, their lead singer who passed away recently. I listened to some of that stuff after I came along when Bruce Dickinson was the lead singer. But once you dive into Iron Maiden, you're like, okay, I can't just stop here. So I ended up listening to everything they had out. So yeah, I listened to them, dude. Then there's a their marketing was great. That I even have Iron Maiden pop figures here, by the way. But their marketing with I think it was Eddie was the zombie looking guy that was on everything. I'm like, dude, I don't even know what this sounds like. I want it. So yeah, let's see. J-pop is better than K-pop. I'm gonna leave that up to everybody else. All right, guys. Let's see. I went through my wannabe cholo phase after 8th grade, then in freshman year, and throughout skater metalhead. Yeah, yeah. And you go through these phases when it comes to music, but I went in and out of things. But then, like I said, as a young man, I'm coming through the '90s, which I will say over and over and over again. 1993 and 1998 is the best 5 years in all of music. And 1995 specifically is the greatest year in music. I mean, just looking at the list last night or earlier this morning, when people were asking about what was my favorite year in music, and I didn't even need to think twice. 1995 was revolutionary. It's that first full year after grunge, and you're leading into some of these things where people are experimenting with things. People who had made a lot of money doing things one way are now doing things another way, and it was very interesting to hear. Smashing Pumpkins were at their height. Nine Inch Nails were at their height. The Beastie Boys were making music. I mean, some of their best music came out in the mid '90s. Bush, Garbage, the Goo Goo Dolls. I mean, everywhere you turned, you had so much good music in 1995. Radio stations were born out of it. Um, and in that 5 year period, but that 1995, I mean, and then not only did you have the music that was released in 1995, you still had that music. That they were still playing 1991, 1992, 1993. Pearl Jam, once you played Pearl Jam versus, people wanted to hear it from 10. I mean, so you still had that overlap, and you had that overlap from the early 90s to the end of grunge to post grunge, and then it led into like some really good stuff, and then it all died with Rack Rock. Oh well. Because they're okay. This is just my opinion, and this doesn't mean anything. I'm just answering your question. They seem like a basic love song band that doesn't really, doesn't really. They look like they would probably be of a certain genre, but when you hear their lyrics, they're like, they're kind of soft, and that's how I perceive them. But the other people, rational, are going to hate them for different reasons. Yeah. R.I.P. Don. Yeah, the original singer for Iron Maiden, part of their first two albums. Yep. Yep. He passed away. He was only in the 60s. Man, there's too many people dying. 60, and some people are living forever, like and looking good, like Ernie Hudson, and then
Yeah, again,
certain people are dying at like 60. I'm like, God damn, Sabu dying at 60.
well, like Ernie Hudson again, pushing 80, looks like he passed for 45. It looks like he hits the gym every morning too.
Yeah, several times. So for you guys were wondering why I bought back to me. That's why I missed my show without it. Be honest with you, I think the shows I was doing were good, solid shows, but I think this version of the show, this Saturday version of the show, is a lesser show without the music topic. Because like I said a couple of days ago, I think music. It's the same reasons why I give you for the genres I listen to and what they mean to my surroundings. Is the same thing I think it does for people in general. I think in the blindness, if you're just willing to give a certain genre a chance, songs can change your life. Music can change your life, and I don't say that to be over exaggerating. They can literally affect how your outlook of a day. A song. So if you're going through something and somebody releases a song and the lyrics, as you perceive them, it lines up with what you're going through. That's some life saving shit right there. Especially back in this era where you didn't. Let's log on to so and so. Let's go to Reddit. Let's go to whatever. Let's text somebody. No, we have shit. We didn't have shit. We were literally one step removed from the dinosaurs. So this music, you bought into what Scott Wayland was saying. You bought into what Chris Cornell was saying. You bought into what Nirvana was saying. And sometimes it wasn't just the lyrics. You listen to a Heart-Shaped Box, you don't need to know what the fuck's going on in that song. You do not. The Nirvana's lyrics, for the most part, to most people, don't make any sense. But for some reason, there's something about his music that captivated an audience. Pearl Jam. Hell, Yellow Ledbetter, that's just a joke about that because nobody can understand the lyrics. But somehow, some way, you know that song is speaking to somebody who's right in the middle. They're having a mediocre day. They're not having the worst day of their life, but they're not having their best day of their life. Sometimes that's the most dangerous place to be because you have no aim. And when you have no aim, you go nowhere. And sometimes nowhere is some of the most harmful places you can go. So you turn on these songs. And they gave you direction back then. For some people, today it does that. You turn on, you want to beat the fuck out of everyone around you, your boss, your sibling, everybody. You just want to just tear up everybody, right? Throw in a Sad But True. Throw in a Wolf and
Patrol.
Yeah, throw in Injustice for All. You might have just saved someone else's life because your outlet to scream and bang your head supplanted that urge to choke the shit out of somebody who may or may not deserve it. So I that's why I added this section when we were doing the show because I think it's an important outlet. And how I deliver it to you is not necessarily how you're going to take it. And that's the beauty of it. Me giving you Stone Temple Pilots the way I perceive it in my mind, you may pick this up and it may mean something totally different to you. And that's why I want to hear what it means to you. And that's anything that if I give you a story, a comic story, it's a little bit less linear, but you know what? A story that came out in The Dark Knight Returns meant something to me. What does it mean to you when I suggest it to you and you actually read it? That's literally what this platform should be doing. Literally what this platform should be doing. It should be growing genres and giving people putting something in front of people that they may have not have tried before. There's a lot of things. Like I said, we didn't have all this, so I had no choice. You could call up and request the radio, say, "Hey, can you play this song for me?" And maybe you would get it. Or you'd have people lying to you. Like I said, they wouldn't play Bodies. They wouldn't play Bodies on the air for me, but they're playing Closer by 9 Inch Nails, and I'm like, okay, that song literally says, I want to fuck you like an animal. You're literally playing that. I can hear it in the background. You're literally playing that, but I can't play my song? That's messed up. Oh, we're bleeping it out. I know what he's saying. I want to bleep you like an animal.
I want to.
Wow. What is this? Was this Wheel of Fortune where I got to guess the word? I think I know what he's saying. But Bodies Burning is too much for you guys. And finally, I met a guy here in Vegas. I still know him. We call him the Groovy Doctor. We got to know each other because I would win prizes and stuff. And I was the guy who always called in with requests. I was the guy who always called in to be caller number so-and-so. I would win the shit out of that stuff. And he was on sports radio too. So I got to know him. So every now and then he would play a song that he knew I wanted to hear that song. And he would call out, William, I was called something different then. My store was called Asylum Comics then. And he would say, "This is for William at so-and-so." And there was a song, Verse, Curse, Verse from No Alternative that Nirvana did that they would not play on the radio for some reason. I don't know why. And he would play that song. There was another one, I Got ID, one of the best Pearl Jam songs ever done. They would not play that song. It was off of Mirrorball. They would not play that song, and he would play that song for me. So, and then there was other guys over the radio, like I would call Comp. I'm like, you just played Back in Black from AC/DC, but you cut off the guitar solo. You cut off Angus Young. You didn't cut off some cover band. You cut off Angus Young as he's writing that song out. And so that guy would play the full song for me. So yeah, back in the day, the radio personalities were that way. They would sit and talk to you. I remember when Melancholy and Sadness came out, and there was a radio guy that was on there that really loved that album more than anybody, and he knew, I did. We talked for a half hour. That's just the kind of shit we did, man. Yeah, Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, Beatles are life-changing music. Yeah, a lot of people to this day. Nickelback. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yes. Yes, was Metallica right to kick out Dave Mustaine? Yes. So at the time, Dave Mustaine, they were all doing drugs, they were all drunk, but Dave Mustaine was doing it on a different level, and he was affecting the unity of the band. And when you're spending that much time together, writing music together, everybody has to be on the same page, or there's going to be problems. So, and I always think that it's the best thing that happened to heavy metal was that because I don't know what Dave Mustaine would have been playing along. I think what Dave Mustaine would have gotten lost in what Metallica would become, and I think he would have gotten kicked out of the band anyway, just creatively. Instead, he gets fired at a very young age, and within the next year, he creates Megadeth. I can't imagine a heavy metal world without Megadeth. And if he doesn't get fired from that band when he does, we never get Megadeth. We possibly never get Megadeth. So yeah. Oh, let's see. Pop is better. Rap is way better. Oh, you're talking about J Rap and J Pop. Man, you guys are literally talking in different languages. I vaguely remember something like that. All right, I think we've covered all the thumbnails. Yep, we covered Shirley Johnson. We covered Empire Strikes Back. We covered at length Superman Unlimited. You guys go out and get Superman Unlimited while you still can. It's a really nice start for your Superman collection. Well, am I going to watch AEW Wrestling? Absolutely, and I'm going to watch it in sorrow because it's supposed to be here in Vegas. I should be gearing up to go to Double or Nothing tomorrow. Every May 25th or 26th or whatever, the last Sunday in May is Double or Nothing, and it's been like that way for me for years now. And because WrestleMania was here, they decided they didn't want to saturate the market, so they moved it to the neighboring state, Glendale, Arizona, and I just couldn't justify jumping on a plane to go spend that kind of time there on a Memorial Day weekend. So yeah, I'm gonna watch it, but I'm gonna be kind of sad the fact that I enjoy going to Double F. It's like Comic Con. It's part of my year, and part of my year is not there. So I'm going to be watching that. Uh, uh, they never let me down when it comes to pay per views. They may let me down when it comes to certain angles and stories and stuff like that, but it does not. AEW pay per views just don't let me down. I don't think they're capable of putting on a bad pay per view. So I'm looking forward to this one. So yeah, I will. Anarchy in the Arena. Dude, that shit was crazy last year. They played the Final Countdown by Europe. And the thing, if you guys don't know about the Anarchy in the Ring, yeah, whatever song that they play, they open up the match with it, and it stays on throughout most of the match. They're beating the hell out of you. So the entire match, the entire Anarchy, and if you go back to my Instagram this time last year, I recorded it because not only are they playing the song, the entire crowd is singing Europe. The entire crowd is singing Final. It was hilarious. And then when they cut it off because it was part of the angle, the Young Bucks, they were the executive EVPs, are like, "Hey, cut that off. We get charged so much money every 30 seconds." So they turned it off, and everybody booed. And so they turned it back on. It was Anarchy in the Arena is crazy, and it takes place everywhere. But yeah, I really, 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 really wish I could be there this year. It's going to be an empty hole for me not to be at one of those events. You guys know how I love my live wrestling. So, all right, guys, I think that is it. I think we've had a full show. Is there anything else you guys want to bring up? Is there anything else? This is your time. Everyone but Brad, because I really don't want to hear kind of weird shit.
Forward to Ballerina.
Dragged. Oh yeah, so am I.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. But I mean, you also recently Mission Impossible piece too. And Karate Kid.
I saw you polluted my chat with that nonsense.
Enlightened the chat with that.
Polluted the chat with that shit.
The Furious too. It's like from Hong Kong. Oh, my number one for anticipation this year.
Oh, no, there's no amount. There's no amount.
Yeah.
I would take. It's tomorrow. I can't. I am a business that is a tourist business on Memorial Day weekend. I gotta be here. Now, if it would be different if it were here because I could still open the store. and since you have guaranteed seating there, it's right there. I mean, I could get to it no problem, but I would have to leave and come back, and I wouldn't get back. Yeah. But it would probably costing me like plane wide and all the kind of tickets I got, about $300 or $400 depending. But you can super chat for me to do other crazy shit. Don't hold back on the super chat just because I'm not going to Double or Nothing. What would you like to see me do, Rational? How about that? What about when New Jack from ECW would have Natural Born Killers play? Yep, and they weren't paying for that shit. They were just doing it. They did not pay for that shit. Nobody gave a fuck either. That's back before people were like, got all litigious about shit.
Real quick, for stuff, I want to. This is kind of got my looking at like what like the release calendar looks like towards the because we're heading into summer here. We're midst of it really. But I'm looking real quick like what's like it's looking at like kind of towards the holidays because when my mind just got thinking about that when you had the Avengers kind of played shift back 6 months now, and that's gonna be a first for them. It's like the Avengers you associate that with the summer. It's like these are both coming out during Christmas. And actually, with that, do you expect Spider-Man Brand New Day might move?
No, because I don't know how much it's tied into. Those movies are moving in unison because of the storyline binds them. There's no guarantee that the Spider-Man Brand New Day is connected in that way that it can take place where it needs to take place. So I don't know. I would bet no, but doesn't my bet doesn't mean shit.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, again, like it was a move. It was a release date shift, but it wasn't like when you talk about like pushing that like 6 months. It's like that's not like it's a move, but it's not like one like a hard out of here. It's not bumping it back a year.
They're moving it from one holiday period to another.
But now those unless other stuff moves, that's gonna be like pretty crowded Christmas both years. And that's we got the next Avatar coming up this December. So I mean, Cameron was like, listen, everybody underestimated Avatar, too when that came out. It's like I'm an emphatic believer, never bet against Cameron.
But you're also talking about, like I said, rising tides lifts all ships. It doesn't. These movies don't necessarily mean that they're going to hurt.
That is true, yeah. Well, and I remember like that, like 18. That was like when the everybody kind of like put that under the microscope because that was the first since Disney Star Wars started. That was the first one that didn't have a Star Wars movie out during Christmas. That's when you had like a pretty crowded market. But you had Aquaman and Mary Poppins Returns and Bumblebee and a few others come out. And Alita was going to come out during that time. That shifted back.
Well, if they get moved, by the way, it's not necessarily because they're scared of another movie.
Yeah,
a lot of the times, NATO, the North Atlantic Theater Organization, they will request they be moved if they think that they won't be able to make as much money as they want to on any given film. So, say for instance, if we only got 18 screens, but we want to be able to show each of these movies to get the maximum financial and traffic effect for them, then they may request at a studio, can you move this over to here? Because we want to benefit from all the traffic and not just a little bit of traffic. So you have other reasons for them being moved. But I think when it comes to holiday periods where people are out of school anyway, I think there's a good chance for the people who can't afford to go see these movies to see multiple movies within the same day or period in some cases.
Well, I mean,
remember that second week, that's why your drop-offs aren't as bad. That's why your drop-offs sometimes aren't as bad because you got people who have
a whole week that's spread out.
Yeah, you have two movies. Okay, if I can't see this movie today, so say for instance, I wanted to see Lilo and Stitch and Mission Impossible. I'm just throwing those out there. But if I wanted to see them both, I could still, it's still fresh. I can still go see this next week because I'm out of school right now. Summer is over. Same thing with Christmas. You got a 2-week break. Most of these movies are released during that break, right? So that's why I'm thinking, okay, a lot of people to get out of the house will go to multiple movies because everybody's out of school. That's why, I mean, and I disagreed with Phil on this last night because I think that Dune is not leaving 2026, and I think it is because of the Oscar because Dune's going to make its money wherever it's in my opinion. I think that's a complex IP. The people who are going to see Dune are going to see Dune. I do think that really bothered them though, that because of the strikes, they had to move that movie to the next year. And because I thought they could have competed for Oscars. Oscars are very important to these guys. I think if Dune Dune moves, it's to November, or it's released on New Year's, the last week of January, or last week of December. That will still qualify. These Oscars, yeah, the money is important too, but Dune's not. Dune's going to make its money. But those Oscars, what those Oscars do, and I've explained this before, is it's to leverage, it's to prestige. When you sit down and say, so and so company, I want you to fit 75% of this movie. Oh, by the way, when you do that, if this movie wins an Academy Award, which we just did, by the way, just won an Academy Award. In fact, so a lot of them are in the offices with the Academy Awards behind them, and you are going to be up on the stage as the producer of the movie, as the financier. You're going to be up on that stage, and it has a downflow effect because the people who supply them the money, the investors that invest in these Weinstein types and legendary types, that helps them because we're now that raises the scope of the project to where it allows you to get more support for all your other projects. You're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars that are on the line just from your film being funded and having an opportunity to bring back a profit because the decision making you made. If your film wins an Oscar, that lends towards what your decision making process and what you're green lighting, who you're hiring, all that. Everything you do is highlighted in the right way. So I really think that Dune does, Warner Brothers does covet, and Legendary for that matter, do covet those Academy Award. The prime example is Blade Runner was still in the process of losing money when it got nominated for the 2 Academy Awards that it would eventually win. And I remember getting the email because as the people who are the partners along with the promotion, we got the emails, the for your consideration emails. Blade Runner, the final tally of how much Blade Runner was going to lose wasn't even done yet. They were so proud of those 2 Oscars. They were proud of the Oscar nominations.
And the difference is, I was going to say the difference is you actually watched the movie.
Yeah, they spent money on a campaign to get Roger Deakins that Academy, to get nominated for that Academy Award. And remember, if you look at that guy's body of work, that guy had been nominated 13 other times for some really kick-ass movies and had never won for Best Cinematography. For him to win it for Blade Runner, his best movie, for him to win it on Blade Runner, and then they won Best Visual Effects for a studio outside of the 4 core ones, or 5 the best actor, those right outside that fence is Best Visual Effects, especially if you make science fiction movies. That's a big one. So they really did. They do. People might not think that they care. They care about those things. I think they covet those things at a rate a lot of people don't think they do. So, all right, yeah. We might make it through the show without being bratted. Yeah,
it's William, the guys.
It happens. If I'm in New York and I can see the moon, is the moon closer to me? I mean.
Are you asking us like actual science questions?
Yeah, I'm not qualified to answer that. I'm sorry. When I first heard Clone Wars and Empire did the prequels, yeah, they met mine at least. How about Star Wars Messiah? Nah. How do you know? Because they told us. They told us in our teleconference and in all of our emails. We got the notification about how they were pimping this movie for Academy Award. And you get a little email and it has an Academy Award on this and it says for your consideration, and they sent it to everybody that they wanted to consider. I didn't have a vote in the Oscars, but we were on the same email. And Oscars translates into that, to money for these guys. Because remember, these movies, most of these studios, they're spending someone else's money. So when you're making decisions that ends up with you having the best movie, or the best director, or the best actor, that reinforces the decision making, and the people are more likely to lay down the money for you, and it helps them with their investors pony up that money. So it's all money, Forth. It's all money. You're one of them is transactional money, and the other one is being able to lessen the stress off of your studio by getting somebody else to fit the bill because they believe that you're making this level of movie. It's all money. It's either money that you're spending or not spending, or money that you're making. But it's all part of the deal. No, they've said that, dude. Where are you? No, they've said as much. They've said as much. When you're talking to investors, do you understand how movies are made, Forth? I know you're a photographer and you do a lot of filmography stuff, and that's all fine. But I get the sense sometimes that you think they're using your mentality when they approach these things, and they're not, dude. You guys got to understand. These guys have priorities that aren't fanboy priorities. Yeah, I mean, shit. I'm done with the Oscars, but they still mean a lot to other people. So, and I had stopped watching the Oscars, until the slap. So somebody texted me and said, "Did you see what Will Smith just did?"
I swear, first like 20 minutes after that happened, I was sure that was staged. I was certain that was staged, but like
there was a lot of people that didn't think it was real. But the language was what they wouldn't have done that with the language. If it was staged, they would have muted him. But screaming
when he got up there to actually accept the Oscar, that's when you realized, okay, because now it's like the really awkward situation.
I so wish he hadn't done that. That ruined his moment. I typed at the end of your first rant. You said at least that's what I think. I don't do rants. I am the host of a show. I state my opinion. Rants are for people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about or don't know what they're saying. And rants lead to rambling, and I don't ramble. So use the right words if you're gonna, be in the chat. It's not just what I think. They've said as much. Like I said, in front of you, Forth, there's a keyboard. I want you to open up another window. And I want you to type in a little thing at google.com, and I want you to hit enter. And I want you to type in what Oscars mean for studios and company. Then come back. Because your opinion right now, without some basis on it, is like very thin toilet paper right now. You're choosing to listen to the words you want to hear. You don't listen to everything. That's the thing about you, is you selectively try to throw shit back at people. And I'm like, if you're gonna throw it back to me, throw the whole thing back to me. I know that's a lot of typing, but if you're not gonna do that, then like I said, thin toilet paper, Walrus. Thin toilet paper. No, we're at midnight. We're at midnight, guys. Sorry. I think they're going to lift that ban sooner than that. I don't think he's going to be banned the entire time, especially if he ends up being in a movie that garners him being. I don't think they're gonna. Yeah, I know they put a 10-year ban in, but I don't think it's going to last. Yeah, we're at 11:50 Rational. We're at a 3-hour show. I don't know if I want to. I'm not, dude. I'm not gonna talk in circles with you. I don't have to prove anything to you. You either take what I'm saying and hear it, or you don't. What do you want me to, you want me to call a witness? When you get your channel, whatever I'm not gonna. That's petty. It's a bits and pieces. That's not my problem, Forth. I'm sorry that's how you do it. I know what I said. I don't need to rewind it. You are not reciting it back into context. You have chosen to be fucking hard-headed and not listen to what I'm saying. That's a Forth thing. That's not a William thing. I can't fix that for you. Sorry, man. It is a huge deal. He's trolling me at some level, and I'm like I said, I'm not bringing up any more of his crazy comments because I just fell for the troll. I just fell for the troll, and I spent all day not falling for trolls, and then I fell for my built-in troll. Bottom line is Oscars are a big deal. They are a big deal to these people. And you don't need to quote me. Like I said, take them fingers, aim them at the keyboard, and Google it. If you don't, now the fucking if you don't have to believe me. I don't fucking care. It's there for you to research. Research it, get educated on it, and then if you want to continue this conversation, at least qualify. At least qualify yourself. I mean, well, yeah, me and Forth will watch this. No, I'm not letting Forth watch unless I can push him off a ladder. I don't get, dude. You can clip the whole damn show. If you have to clip something, that means you're probably leaving out something. So yeah,
Okay, clip all the
save
parts
your
where I
time.
talk. When they clip all the parts where I say Mission Impossible is awesome, leave out the rest. That's the best thing to clip.
And if I said that's what I think, what the fuck do you think I'm basing what I'm thinking on? Do you hear yourself? What didn't I ask you? Who was it I asked? I asked somebody. Before you push enter on your guys, please think about what you're saying. Before you try to tangle fuck me into something, please say out loud what you're about to type before you hit enter. It saves a lot of time. I'm not here to talk in circles. Yeah, it's now you got a mega up here telling you to get a clue. All right, all right, that's it. I'm ignoring any further posts by Fourth because I don't feel like chasing a tail I don't have. Didn't I start out the stream with that? All right, so that's it. We're right around 3 hours. Does anybody have anything non-whimsical to add to the cause before I pull the plug on this show? Obviously, that disqualifies for it. All right. Well, tomorrow night, 10:30, we'll be doing a stream. I don't know if there will be a topic because I think I got everything off my chest.
Yeah, we have pretty comprehensive.
Yeah.
Right? And thank you to 92 of you watching this late hour. We definitely we appreciate our audience very much. I
want you to read this. I'm not going to read this. Fourth, I'm going to keep this on the screen. I'm going to keep this up on the screen, and I want you to read this to yourself. And I want you to hear in your own voice how silly you sound right now.
I was like, you went quiet. I was like, he's going to pull it up, isn't he? We're trying to start off, and he's going to pull it up, isn't he?
I'm highlighting this, and I want you right now, in your best Fourth 1000 Walrus voice, I want you to read this to you. And A, hear how silly it sounds, and B, understand that it really doesn't matter. Whatever point you're trying to make got lost in your own, whatever, the malaise. I don't know. But there you go. I'm going to leave that up there so that you can read this out loud. Maybe this will snap you back into to something. Maybe hearing this silliness in your own voice, you know. What, I'm not defensive. I'm just trying to figure out what are you doing? Oh, whatever. Yeah, they're getting money in the bank because they're not getting WrestleMania next year, and they got to play like they're happy about it, or else they won't get WrestleMania. They really don't have any choice to be happy with the situation and say, "Yeah, that's okay with us," because they want that WrestleMania at some point in time. And I think they'll get one. I think it'll be fine. But I just think that TKO, I think TKO really loves Las Vegas for obvious reasons. With their involvement in UFC and Endeavor and everything else, this has just been where they like the money here. They know what they can do here. They know the atmosphere here is set up for everything. They saw what they did on a Easter weekend, and I think they realize if they hold this on any weekend besides Easter weekend, they can add at least 20 to 30 more to their revenue. And I think they want another shot at it. Like I said, this hasn't been since Madison Square Garden in the early '80s where you had back-to-back, because WrestleMania, the first two WrestleManias were there. Then WrestleMania 3 was at the Pontiac Silverdome, and then WrestleMania 4, I think 4 and 5 were at Trump Plaza. I think where was WrestleMania 5 at? Where was WrestleMania 5 at real quick? Because I know WrestleMania 6 was in Toronto, because that was the Ultimate Warrior. WrestleMania 6 was, WrestleMania 5 was at the Sky Dome. So WrestleMania, so each of the first two were held at Madison Square Garden, and then WrestleMania 6 was where's WrestleMania 6? WrestleMania 6 was in LA. That was during the Gulf War, where Sergeant Slaughter went heel and had Adnan Akbar and all these other crazy things that got him death threats. He went from being a G.I. Joe figure with waving a flag to being a guy waving he had the Iraqi flag. Him and the Iron Sheik played that role again. Let's see. All right, I still got a few minutes. 88 of you watching. What do you say, Brad? You want to give the circus 10 minutes?
Yeah, not really. I was kind of ready to sign off.
Well, Brad voted against the open panel, so you guys can hate Brad.
Blame Brad as the hashtag.
Here, you know what? I'm gonna do it anyway.
Watch, I'm gonna run the bathroom real quick.
Okay, you all right, man? Because you're everything solid.
No.
I mean, I just want to make sure.
No,
Make
no,
sure you mute. Hit the mute. Let's see. This is not going to last forever, guys. I'm just doing this to cap off tonight. Here you go. 87 of you watching now. Some of you probably went away because you thought the stream was over. It is 11:59 right now. We are going to 11:10 flat, and then I'm pulling the plug, even if I am in mid-sentence. And look who's here.
All right, let me clear this up, because sometimes with the amount of time it takes for you to get to a comment, you reinterpret it. So when you were saying your part about the Oscars and how it functions, I asked, well, how do you know this, basically? And then when you were at the end of when you were talking about it, you said the words, at least that's what I think. So I put in the comments, oh, okay, that's what you think. Like, these are your thoughts. So by the time you came to it, you took it as like a challenge or a smart aleck comment challenging you, and it wasn't that.
Heaven forbid that would ever come from me. But no, when I said based on what I thought, it's based on what we've seen, based on what I've heard them say. They have said that.
Okay.
So that's my response to that. No, because this is big money. This is big money right now. When these nominations come out, there are projects that will happen or not happen based on the kind of borrowed money that they can get when it comes to these things. And that best picture, like when you walk in saying I need this 150 million to make this movie, or however money, you walking in with that Oscar and being able to put that Oscar, and like I said, those people that are going to give you the money, they're on the stage. They're on the stage, and when they're on the stage with you, the people who make up their financial base are either with them or they're watching them, and they're like, "I want to be a part of that." So
Right.
this
I
is,
fully believe it. I fully believe.
yeah.
I'm not challenging on your thing on the Oscars. It was bewildering to me on how Oscars could really transfer into money, except for when movies get put back into theaters for some more playtime.
So the re-release, yeah.
But yeah, the idea that like a movie that failed or didn't do well in the box office, that the Oscar was I always kind of took it as a consolation prize, and it's like, well, we could pat ourselves on the back, we made something good.
Yeah, when it comes down to the math, like you never want to lose money on a movie. You want your movie, everything you want everything you do in life to be successful. But in the overall math of these things, there's the outright wins at the box office and places where the money is made. But then there's also a lot of ancillary stuff that is connected to it. Like, okay, for the Blade Runner 2049, one that I use as a prime example because it's my favorite movie of all time, so I'm biased. They made $22 million in physical media sales when that movie went to disc. They also made another, I think, 8 or 9 million on PVOD. And since then, since it's been on there, HBO Max and Warner Brothers and Sony, and Columbia, they've moved that movie around and they've been collecting money. They took it off of their formats and they had to sell it to other. They sold it to Netflix for a period of time, so they licensing it out. So there's a lot that goes to when you make a really good movie that may not, for a lot of different reasons, may not make it at the box office, but still it resonates with people with quality. And then you see how much money it makes on the back end. And that Oscar, like I said, that Oscar for visual effects, when when in the genre of science fiction movies, other than the big five that we already mentioned, visual effects is huge. When you're trying to get funding, when you're trying to get when you're trying to get support to get a movie made, with the visual effects, probably that's why, like I said, with Godzilla -1, a movie I adored, won for best effect. I'm like that because that award is not only the prestige of that award. That wasn't what the award was for. And B, you got a lot of people that put money into these things that are working on new projects that are the same people who worked on other projects that could have used that prestige to make another creator type movie, because that helps. But being nominated helps too. But that win, those two win, like I said, Roger Deakins is an icon in Hollywood, as far as cinematography. So him winning one was like, that was huge. And I remember, nobody's happy about losing money, but they were very happy. You don't jump on emails and start campaigns while you're still losing the money if you're not proud of them things. And listen, some of these movies that nobody's ever seen, they lose a bunch of money, but they get nominated for Academy Awards. And that means a lot for those filmmakers in that studio and that production company. It's like that Super Bowl ring. You can get fired at another job, but you know what? If you got a Super Bowl ring, somebody's going to hire you for the most part, unless you're Bill Belichick. It's that thing. It's that win. So that's the way I see it, and that's the way when we were doing the intermediates for Blade Runner, is they were nobody's happy to lose $30-some odd million, but man, at this point, they've made their money back with Blade Runner in the time in 8 years since its release. Hello, Clint. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. It's Towel Day. Woohoo!
Okay.
Towel Day for the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not as up on the 42 as I should be. I'm sorry. All right, Omega. Please don't make me regret hitting this button to let you in here.
Oh, I'll shut up for Omega.
I'm already hearing buzzing. Where are you in? Are you about? Is that your cell door opening? What's going on, Omega?
It's not a 56K modem.
Is there a handshake? Am I going to hear welcome? Okay, I can't do that. I can't do that right now. Let me know when you're ready to come back in.
Damn. Kind of like Brad's steam-powered computer.
All right, what's going on, Omega? Okay, yeah. All right. What's going on, dude? All right, Omega. All right, man.
I miss anything?
Not anything you needed to see.
I kind of caught something like this and like some static. And
oh well, Omega's trying to come in, but he's buzzing.
Yeah, I think he forgot his shirt too.
Oh man, I forgot to. You can go the Enoch route. You guys are. Unless you're a woman, you can't. We'll get taken off. You want to do topless show? That's on you. Just make sure you have the body for it. I guess. If ACS comes on here, I'm assuming he's going to come in from the gym and be all ripped up just to make me look like a non-human. All right. As I said, we got 4 more minutes, guys, and then we will wrap it up because I'm hungry, and it's been a long day. We're back to streaming for like a bunch of hours today. Like,
what's the next watch party?
I don't know. I don't even know when it's going to be. Because, like I said, I got today because of the weekend, everything lined up. But yeah, it's going to be it's tough to do those. It's tough to do those, and then I got to deal with that knucklehead in the chat because I got to delete him if I don't have any mods. Getting rid of him. and he came in with 6 different things. I'm like, dude, find something else to do, but I got to sit there because I can't have that in the chat, and then I got to figure out. I didn't want to turn the comments off because people were.
Why don't I have a wrench?
Okay.
Oh hell no!
What can I do? How much damage can I cause if I have a wrench?
The fact that you even have to ask that question, man.
About to say, dude. Once again, I recommended it to you. Do you hear you heard what you said out loud? That's
what
like
damage could I do?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
With the wrench.
God. First person that doesn't agree with you is getting banned. I'm like, how do I bring this person back? Axel's gonna get banned. He'll be trying to ban it. Yeah.
World's biggest John Wick raid and Mission Impossible 2 fan. It's like everybody's welcome in the chat as long as they're not dropping racist comments. So
and spelling
I'm the inclusive guy.
He wasn't trying to spell people. I think he was doing that to avoid the algorithm because when you type in the exact words, it does.
And whoever that was was told jackass.
Yeah, it was probably a bot. I don't even know if it was a real person. All right, person. It might have been like initiated by a real person, but
well, no, but then it's like after we knocked him out, we kicked him out a couple times, and he
kept typing in, "Oh, what's going on here?" And then he started with the stuff.
He said something.
Rhea's got a wrench, and I don't got a wrench.
But he started saying it's like, what's the problem? All I said was I don't like black people, or however he modified it.
Yeah, and he spelled it wrong. And I'm like, but I got what you meant, buddy. But,
I know somebody's gonna clip that like just in isolation and try to like say.
I know Brad doesn't like black people. Forrest would ban me for making fun of Terrifier. Yep, you'd be gone.
I wouldn't abuse. Like, if I abuse my power, I could easily just have it revoked.
Don't worry, I never ever want a wrench by my name, William. Ever.
Yeah, all night. Wow, 91 of you. Yeah, 91 of you here on a Saturday night. A lot of you on the different coasts. Thank you for being here. Hit the like, subscribe button, and if you are watching on, hold on, if you are watching on X or Twitter, youtube.com/@the-sci-fi center, please come to us, like, subscribe, hit the alert button, and join the mothership. Because, like I said, we get nothing from being on X, but heartache and headache when you can't even get into the messages half the time. So, all right.
What's up, Ray?
William
won't give me a wrench.
Yeah, you're still buzzing. Axel, yeah, we literally are ending this at 12:10. It's 12:09. So hi.
Hi.
Oh,
why are you guys ending it right now? God damn it.
Can we use our Patreon powers to host a Megan watch party?
I love our Patreon powers.
Yes.
I could actually do that. I could probably do that legally without getting shut down because we're promoting the movie. Oh, by the way, what did I have here for fourth? Crazy ass. Hold on. There was something I saw today that reminded me of you.
Dye your hair, Droga?
Is there a wig?
Yeah, it died.
Okay, I did see that last time in the Baka stream.
Yeah.
Is it a wig, William?
No, it's hold on, I'll be right back.
Megan,
I saw this.
Okay, while William's
it's a ladder
you guys like how great Mission Impossible 2 is and how it's like
it's all right. I will say it's not bad. It's all right. There's a lot of you guys didn't tell me that Australia was in the movie.
No, well, I was actually kind of surprised you had like other than 2. Like, which ones hadn't you seen?
I haven't seen 3, 4, and 5. I've only seen Fallout and Dead Reckoning. And the first one.
So you've basically seen the first one and the most recent ones.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah.
I've only seen the first one.
I mean, Fallout pretty much diagnosed me with vertigo. I will say that.
Well, no, the one that got me, other than 2, but I go into all these in vertigo because I'm such a fraidy cat with heights. But it's 2 with the climbing the cliff face, and then Ghost Protocol when he's like the Burj Khalifa with I call them the Spider-Man gloves, where he just like the gloves like magnetically attached, where he loses one of them. Right, I swear that that's how I was talking about Ghost Protocol, man.
Okay. Here you go, fourth.
All right, can't wait. Let me see this. You get a lot of love in the chat for your hair color, Droga.
Oh, yeah. All right, so we got this is the last one I have of these, but this movie came out in January of 23. Wow, you know why? Because that's what it tells me right there. And then there you go, fourth. That's for you. And
I will rock that.
that creepy, crazy dance he does is on his shirt.
Awesome. I don't buy movie shirts, but I will definitely wear whatever as a gift that somebody. Oh, wait, is it a gift?
Nah, this is free. This is from the old promos. I got an area in the store where I just got old promo stuff from like all the promos we've done that's left over. I got tons of Blade Runner shit because I hoarded that stuff.
Oh, I'll drop it next time I'm in Vegas. Should be out there pretty soon.
If I don't push you off a ladder. All right, guys, that's it. It's 2:12. Went 2 minutes over.
Iron Man there. Iron.
Yeah, all right. Got this Ultimate Iron Man. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, we got what's the Iron Heart, the show that's coming up now that the trailer apparently nobody saw.
Pass.
Why did they release
You're not gonna watch it?
Same day as Superman? Or why?
I'm just not. I wasn't interested in the character in Wakanda Forever. I didn't grow any interest. Oh, by the way.
Yeah. Get off my plane.
We have to talk sooner sometime.
Get off Hulk's plane.
I have to give you my thoughts on stuff.
I like I said, I can completely understand people not liking Sinners, but I loved it. We scared the shit out of people with these because in order for you to get Candyman tickets, I made you stand in the bathroom in the dark, and you had to say Candyman 5 times before you got your tickets.
And apparently, people really were trepidatious about that.
Yep, I would turn the lights out.
Oh yeah, people still don't do Bloody Mary.
And when they said Candyman for the 5th time, that's when I turned the lights out and came in. And we had to film it. Universal wanted us to film it and send them the footage. So when you came in to get these, we had your T-shirts, we had all kinds of stuff. You each got a mirror, and you had to say Candyman into it, and I had to do it in the dark, and we had the cameras on so that that we could send the footage. So yeah, we had. If you look at our back a couple years ago, I think it's on Instagram. You had the people getting there. They had to agree to it. They had to agree to go in the dark, say Candyman 5 times, and then they had to agree to have their footage given to Warner Brothers. People will do anything for a free movie.
And you were dressed as Candyman?
No, I didn't need to be. I had one girl in there. Fucking took her 10 minutes. She got the 4 Candyman, and she just did not want to say it. And I opened the door. I'm like, you realize that none of this is real.
It's fictional characters.
This is just a gimmick that we're doing to promote the movie. It's not real. If you say Candyman for a 5th time, he's not coming out there with a hook to get you. I promise you that. And if he does, it's not going to matter because you're dead anyway. So, but yeah, I mean, there were some legitimate.
So funny if you brought out the hook right after she said it.
And somebody, my luck, somebody would have a heart attack and die, and then I would, that'd be my luck. And Nazi and Ken Lerner would be down here like, oh, we're gonna have to take you for everything.
You just have an emergency heart attack burger on standby, and you put it next to the corpse, and you just blame it on that.
That's not a good thing to
burger. Holy shit, it was so bad.
I did it.
Wasn't very good, Droga?
Yeah, it wasn't that good. The cheese wasn't even melted. Like I was like, I fucking asked for melted cheese. And it wasn't
not good.
You need to go back. You need to go back, and if you didn't get what you paid for, you need to go back and you need to raise hell. But Ray, to answer your question, I did it a bunch of times just to let the people who were like, oh, I don't know, man, I don't know, I'm superstitious. So I would go in there with them and I would say it, and then I would leave. I'm like, you're not getting your T-shirt, you're not getting your pass to the movie, and there's a lot of people wanted to go. We took like 150 people to this one. To this particular screening that we gave away that many passes for this one, and Candyman, and that was a great movie, by the way.
I'm surprised there hasn't been a Bloody Mary movie.
That's Candyman.
Yeah, there kind of was a paranormal.
Why I don't need Bloody Mary if I got Candyman. I really.
Well, to capitalize off both.
Mariana Cross.
But no, I mean the great Tony Todd. I mean that was his last performance as a Candyman, and I love that scene.
Well, I know you're not playing on Scene to do Final Destination, but his scene in that, the director has confirmed, like he has this one, like, and anyone who's seen knows what I'm talking about. This one kind of
turns to the camera. He turns to the camera,
and it's like it's very. I think, which first of all, he was looking really frail there. I mean, he's like, the cancer, and like the monologue he has there about, it's like, I'm going to retire, I'm going to enjoy the rest of my life. It's like, I think he was ready to go. I think he knew his time was coming.
I seen him in person a few weeks before.
Yeah, he was really looking thin. He was really looking gaunt.
That was a great one, man. Gone too soon, but he's not suffering anymore. So, and he was doing what he loved.
What sucks is that he was following me on Twitter.
Oh, really?
Like, yeah, I know. And I was like, fuck, that hit so hard. Like,
he's been out here.
Yeah,
I've been. He's been out here a bunch of times for Horror Hound and Days of the Dead. Great one, nicest guy. And that voice, man, you hear that voice in person. That's like that is something else, man.
Our modern day Vincent Price.
Yeah, I mean, but like I said, gone. What was he? 70?
It was 69.
Yeah, like a month before being 70.
70,
before turning 70.
That's a damn shame, man. That guy, like I said, well, I didn't realize how sick he was until I saw the production stills from Final Fantasy. You just don't know what people are going through. You just don't know what people are going through. I mean, and they will keep that private. He kept that as private as long as you physically could. It's like Chadwick Boseman. It's like, man, it's like, damn. But I will eventually see Final Fantasy and Final Fantasy
Destination.
I will not see Final Fantasy.
This is from his Wikipedia under the death section. When Tony Todd signed on to film Final Destination Bloodlines in 2023, he let the producers know that he secretly had terminal stomach cancer. As a result, when filming happened in early 2024, they allowed Todd to improvise the last lines of his character, Mr. Bloodworth, so he could give a proper goodbye to audiences. So, yeah. And that very much comes across in that scene.
Oh.
When was that? When did they wrap on that movie?
That would have been, it says like early 24, and he died late 24.
Wow. I mean, imagine being
November 24, yeah.
Imagine being that kind of pro.
Yeah.
To the point where you sign on to a movie.
A movie that's about people dying, no less.
But man, that's like when Freddie Mercury. Freddie Mercury was dying of AIDS, and he knew he didn't have a lot of time, and he did everything he could to not only get Innuendo done, but to make sure that he was in the videos for it. And he looked awful, but the fact that he was able to do it, it didn't matter how awful he looked. The fact that he to the end, he was a singer, he was a lead singer of a rock band. And that's what he did to his last day until he couldn't physically do it anymore. And that everybody should do that. Everybody should, if you're into something like that, nothing should stop you but death. That's it. The only thing that should stop you. There should be no self-entrapment. There should be no self-doubt. If that's what you do, whether it's you're the fucking hot dog guy and you're the best at it, and you're a singer or you're an actor, and that's what's keeping you here. Continue to do it until you can't, and that's what Tony Todd did. That's what Freddie Mercury did. It was just something. Man. But
one more try from Omega Swiper.
Hey,
what
do you got on your head?
Headphones.
Yeah.
Why are they at an angle like that? Are those different type of headphones?
Yeah. I can't. I think I'm like not synced up. I got terrible headphones that I've never, ever freaking bought new ones.
They're like pigtails.
They're not on your head though. You got it. Yeah, but you got it. Yeah.
They're taped horribly.
Oh, okay. I see now that they look like dog ears, and I'm not trying to make fun of you, but I'm like, how can you can't hear me if they're this far out, right? Can you hear me?
No, I can hear you. It's just out of sync. I don't know. But all I was gonna say was I loved Mission Impossible.
Oh, hey, I really didn't care. No, I'm just kidding. Kidding, Omega.
Okay.
You fought so hard to get here. I'm going to give you some time.
I'm very sorry that a lot of people don't want to watch The Final Reckoning because of the exposition.
What you talking about? You know that movie's making a lot of money, right?
Oh, I guess, yeah. No, I'm out of sync. Am I supposed to watch this in StreamYard or am I supposed to watch this in YouTube?
No, StreamYard. Don't. You see, that one's out of you're always going to be out of sync when you're watching it on YouTube because there's a delay.
Oh, okay. So I'm watching. Okay, I got it now. Thanks. Yeah, but I love The Final Reckoning. It was incredible. I'm not going to spoil it for you, but like I keep on this train that I want Shea Wigham to play Batman.
Yeah,
and he did such a great job in The Final Reckoning with his scene. I'm not going to spoil it, but he had such a great scene, and he even fought for that. He said, "Look, I don't care about action. I don't care about anything." He said, "But give me a scene where the two of us just, say something."
You are flirting with spoilerly talk?
No, I'm not going to tell you what it is, but it was a great scene.
I don't think you mean to tell us, but that's how spoilers work. You kind of like
but he would be a great Batman. Just look at his age. Just look at his. You got to believe that Damian Wayne is a kid that's going to be like not listening to someone. You can't have a young 40-year-old kind of Jensen Ackles or one of these young guys. You got to have a man. It's just, I believe he's a man who was Batman in Gotham City this whole time. And you would underestimate him thinking, oh, because he's old, everybody can beat him up in 2.3 seconds. And you're like, no, man, this guy knows how to take you down with just in his mind, like the Equalizer. He just takes you down. He just knows,
I mean, there's a lot of people that, like I said, when it comes to casting, the thing about it is the criteria that we use to fan cast is usually not criteria that the filmmaker is using at all. Because they're sitting down with these guys and they're interviewing these guys and they're watching them in other movies and they're picking out the things that they need for their project. Like somebody looked at Heath Ledger and said Joker.
Yeah.
That's amazing. See what we got out of that.
I was looking for Robin Williams to play him. I know that was the only reason I was wrong about that. He did an amazing job. As always, he's iconic. But when I saw Insomnia, I was always like, wow, I would love to see Robin Williams where he can do comedy and he can do psychotic because he did Insomnia.
Well, you just got to watch The Fisher King, his best movie.
Yeah.
But there's a thing, though. And I always tell people, like, I can never really say yay or nay on a casting based on what I've seen because those people who do these roles literally get paid to become something different from anything else that you've ever seen. So they may have done 5 movies in 5 different genres, or not just genre, but in a way that you're like, well, that guy can play this guy. But some other person that you've never seen play any of that could probably do the same thing. It's just never been asked of them. Yeah. Like Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey has spent most of his career with buffoonery. Now, people enjoy it, and it has its fans, and I don't mean buffoonery as an insult, but that's, body horror, harmony, that. But then he starts doing roles like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and some of the other roles he's done. He had never been asked to do those type of roles until then. But if you say, hey, Jim, I need you to play this, there's a dimension in each and every one of these actors that I think could be turned on. Adam Sandler's another one. Little Nicky, that's Uncut Gems. That's the same guy. That's made out of the same molecules as that guy. But no one prior to that, people weren't asking Adam Sandler to do these type of roles. But some casting director said, I know that's in you, so here's this role. Let's read for this. And then there you go. That's why I say, these guys who do these comedic roles, I know it makes them a lot of money, but at the same time, Jim Carrey's got enough money. I mean, I know he did Sonic to get some more money, but a dramatic role for Jim Carrey, I think would do just as well as anything else. But we as fans got Jim Carrey in a box with a fucking head out of a rhinoceros's ass.
And it's hilarious.
That's how we have come to view certain
or the best
actors.
Mission, the second best mission possible, in nature, right?
Yeah. But see, and I think that harms people because studios sometimes they don't listen to casting directors, they don't listen to people with vision. They're like, well, no, nobody's ever going to buy this guy as this role because he's the cable guy or he's Dumb and Dumber, and they're like, nah, dude, actors can act. So that's why I always say this fan casting thing, be careful with that because once again, I used to do it until Heath Ledger became the Joker, and I'm never doing that again. No one should ever fan cast again after seeing what somebody saw in Heath Ledger to say that's the Joker, and for Heath Ledger to transform himself into something I would have never ever expected him to be able to. That's where you're at with that one. So yeah, fan casting is fun, but when people get disappointed, like I can't believe that's a horrible casting. I'm like, you don't know that script. You don't know what's going on in that producer's head. I mean.
My issue with Heath Ledger was never based on the previous films that he's been in. It's just that knowing that the Joker was played by a 28-year-old guy, I thought that was too young for a Joker.
It all depends on what story you're telling too, because we don't know what's canon. Because that's the whole point of the Joker. We don't know how old he was when he became Joker. Joaquin Phoenix Joker became Joker at a certain point of his life. The Joker that's in the comic books, depending on what iteration, the post-crisis Joker was a younger guy. There's different iterations of the Joker, and they've kept it ambiguous to the point where it's like. Yeah, Jack Nicholson was 1,000 years old. He played the Joker, but there's iterations where the Joker is that old. So it all depends on what the story is. If the script calls for a 28-year-old Joker, then that's the Joker. You have to give license to the person writing the story. I don't want to stick a 40-year-old Joker in a storyline that calls for a 20-year-old man and plus a 28-year-old man. And plus, under all that makeup, Heath Ledger did not look 28, 29. He was 29 when he died.
As soon as he popped up, that went out the window.
That was another damn shame. Wow. Not only did he die, he didn't even get a chance to celebrate that was epic. That was a no-brainer Oscar. You didn't even need to, not watch it and do all this goofy shenanigans. If Heath Ledger would not have won that night, that would have been some serious shit going down. Even Robert Downey Jr., yeah, he showed up. He took his nomination. He knew he wasn't winning. And I'm glad Robert Downey Jr. didn't get a charity award where, they did for Whoopi Goldberg for The Color Purple. I'm sorry. That's a horrible performance. But he got one for Oppenheimer, and I wanted to punch his fucking lights out. He played a guy. I wanted to hurt that guy because he was such a dick. And you realize where that guy was in history, how he kind of screwed Oppenheimer. His whole career up, even though he ended up losing out in the end, he did a lot of lasting damage, and you could see it in the character that Robert Downey Jr. plays in real life. So Robert Downey Jr. got one for Nicholson. I don't have a problem with Nicholson as Joker. He just seems like he's playing Jack Nicholson in white makeup to me. That's all I looked at him and he did not alter his performance from any other. That's One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, just slightly older with some white makeup. But Keaton's always going to have a special part in my heart because he was the first serious big screen Batman. He was the first, post 1986 where we were talking Batman in different terms than we were pre-1986. Pre-1986, pre-Dark Knight Rises or Dark Knight Returns, we were talking about Batman in the goofy terms of let's go surfing and let's go run around the pier with the bomb, Batman. After Dark Knight, and people who make this content saw that they can sell that kind of story, we went back to selling and telling those type of Dark Knight stories. So I was happy with that. Now we do it all the way to the 90s, but hey, we had our moment in the 80s.
How did you guys feel about my comment where I said that the reason I didn't really like Man of Steel was because Superman snapped Zod's neck? But what I wanted to see in that moment was that when Superman snaps Zod's neck, you're like, oh, he just killed him. And Superman sees him float up like a little balloon. And you see this paralyzed neck snap Zod floating above us. And you're like, what the hell did I just see? Like, he's paralyzed and he's floating. And that's the end of Zod. You're like, he just floats up like a balloon. And you're like, he's gonna come back. But he snapped his neck. And now he's trying to fly away. And he's just this balloon. And then the whole world would just look at him and walk around him and be like, who the hell is that? What is that? Is that a dead guy? Or they could have kept it that way, and then Superman wouldn't have had to cry and been like,
you really need to ask what I was going to think of that. I think you can think what I'm about to say. What is it, Pennywise? We all float up here, but no, I don't.
He would be dead. He'd be dead in the sense that he's paralyzed. He snapped him, but he's flying. He's in his mind. Zod is I must fly away, and he's just completely paralyzed and dead, and no one can get to him. They're like, that would be cool. That would be a cool ending for Zod.
I need you to pan the camera down because I need some of what you got on right now. What you got in the what you've fizzled into that drink. Now, but to answer, to be serious, now because I think there's a solid moment where he snaps his neck and he's dead. That's it, and the immediate moments that happen after for him that scream out that even though this guy was going to wipe out all mankind if he could. He's alone now. He was forced. He was put into a situation to where he had to kill the only other one of him that was left. So the whole floating thing, I think, would have been too
Are you saying he's trying to float away as a quadriplegic?
No, I'm just saying, like, imagine a balloon. When you get a balloon and you just let it go, it floats up. So imagine Zod, he snaps his neck right there, and you're like, oh, he's dead. And then he just floats up. And everybody in the world is just looking at this guy every day, and they can't get to him. And Superman's just like, let him float. Let him be a symbol for like, don't mess with Superman. Don't mess with my world, you know?
I want to watch this.
That would have been so cool as an ending. That's what I was thinking of when it happened. I go, man, he didn't have to kill Zod. He could have been like he's gonna come back one day if you just get the right doctor and you fix him, then he'll come back. But that's such a creepy thing to be like, only Zod could do that because he's flying away, and then it's like his neck is like hanging on the side, and you're like, man, that would be like, whoa, don't mess with Superman. Do not mess with Superman, Batman. And you're like, he'll hit you with his hands, and it's like a hammer coming down on you at 4,000 miles an hour, you know?
I want to watch it. He's convinced me, William. I want to watch this.
Yeah, that would have been cool. You know that's cool, William. They would have been able to save Zod in a way, and then they could have done Doomsday appropriately. And then they could have made it that Doomsday's really Doomsday, not Zod Doomsday or Bizarro Doomsday as they do. They would have just been like, no, Doomsday's Doomsday. Yeah. Like Doomsday's just like, I think they keep trying to make it that Doomsday. I've always hated that they make it that Doomsday's got to like punch Superman through a wall. I'm like, no, when Doomsday punches Superman, Superman's dead. So they got to really be like, I cannot get hit by Doomsday because his one kill is his one Mike Tyson punch.
So he's like one punch man?
Yeah, he's like a one punch that can kill Superman.
Okay.
Punch that can kill Superman.
Okay. I don't know about that. I am okay with how it ended. I was okay with that. The whole gruesome floating thing. Now, if you think people had the problem with him killing Zod, can you imagine old Superman fan out there in their underoos with signs and pitchforks and fires? So, I don't think that would be a good idea, Mega Swiper. But I mean, if you added if you add the proper sound score to something, I guess you could do just about anything. I don't know.
Well, the only reason I wanted to do it was because everybody's always saying it's so dumb that you have a no-kill rule. But you go, that's
Superman doesn't have a no-kill rule.
Well, he really should because he's so powerful. It's like,
well, he's fighting another Kryptonian. I don't think any no-kill rule would apply. I mean, you can't hold back against somebody who's literally if Superman loses that fight, a whole bunch of people are going to die. Zod said, I don't have any. Zod had no cause. Yeah, Zod had nothing to live for. He was going to kill. The whole reason he snapped his neck because his beams are about to basically cut some people in half. Yeah. So he doesn't. Clark doesn't have that kind of no kill. Well, he had to kill Zod. This is the same reason why the Kryptonians have to die in the comics. That they die all the time in the comics, because if you let them live, they have told you what we're going to do. Which was, by the way, stupid for them. They're trying to negotiate with Superman, and like, if we're gonna vaporize the atmosphere off of this world you live on. And well, Superman's like, fuck it. Guess what? You're not getting to that world. Here's some kryptonite. And then the sleazy the female kryptonite's trying to come on. I will never forget reading that in the comic, John Byrne. She's like trying to come on to him, trying to hey, I can pleasure you and all that. I'm like, wait a minute, what? But I guess when you're about to die, you'll do anything. Yeah. But yeah. All right, guys.
I'll just say one last thing. I've always loved Indiana Jones, which is that you could be going on this whole journey thinking that, I just got to open up the Ark of the Covenant, and you open it up and you're melted. So it's like, the villains might think, we're going to do this evil thing to the world. And there's always other plans. Something can stop them. Something could have transported them to the Phantom Zone. Something would have happened, and they would have been like, oh, crap, we did what we wanted to do, but it didn't work out. It never works out the way you want,
because
that was Indiana Jones. I mean, and they always say in that Big Bang Theory, they go, he was really useless because they were going to open it. But
you're all over.
No, you went from Indiana Jones.
You went from Indiana Jones to Big Bang Theory to Zod.
No, because in Big Bang Theory, she goes, that you don't need an Indiana Jones movie because they were going to open up the Ark of the Covenant and look at what was inside and they would have died. But that's not the truth. Some other Nazis could have looked at it and then Hitler would have adapted to it and then figured it out. It wasn't like Hitler was just going to grab it, open it, and be like, oh, we're looking at it right now. Some other people could have opened it up first, and then they would have said, oh, you got to be careful. And they still could have got Indiana Jones in the movie, been like, hey, we need you to open it now. And you start looking inside because it's killing people. Right. So, that was it.
Here's the thing, Omega. This is adding a lot to these movies, and now I'm not entertained anymore. I'm just kind of like, oh, my gosh, I'm lost. So I think the movies we got were they could have done all of these things, but now we're talking about a 3-hour Indiana Jones movie because now you got to go get some nuts. And then we're talking, So I guess you're right, but I don't know if I want to sit through all that as a consumer. You know what I mean? That's a lot. That's a lot. Which you just explained. That's a lot.
Well, no, that's not a lot. That's just it's all about the feeling of the moment. If you're in a theater and you see Zod die, and then you see him float up, everybody in the audience is going, oh, he's alive. And you go, no, his neck is still snapped. You're like, that is the worst possible thing that could happen to Zod. Now he is a paralyzed, dying. He can't eat food. He's floating around. No one will save him.
He's like Weekend at Bernie's, Kryptonian style.
Yeah, he's dead. But you see, he got that to happen because he tried to kill the entire world, and Superman's like, okay, I won't kill you, but I don't have to save you, kind of feeling like Batman, which was cool, where it's like, I don't have to save your life when things are, when things go bad for you, and then you get in trouble, because look at Hitler. When Hitler died, he had a gun to his head. He said, that's it, it's all over. Nobody came to save him. Thank God. It was like, there you go, you tyrant that you thought you were so crazy and amazing. Here you are scared because they're coming to get you. And he just shot himself in the head. There was no Lex Luthor plan. There was no secret tunnel. There was nothing. He was like, that's it, I'm screwed. They're going to kill me. I'm scared. I'm going to die. And it was like, you want to see that. You're like, I like that. In a
I have no desire whatsoever to see that. But hey,
I think we would have all loved to see Hitler in this final moments crying like a little bitch, knowing they're coming to get him. And he's just like, that's it, it's over.
Knowing that he's gone has sufficed me my entire life.
Okay. I would have loved it if he filmed it. I would have loved it if they filmed it and they laugh about the footage. And they're like, yeah, this is brilliant. Like, this is what it means to be a tyrant, is that you think you're so powerful, but when the America's coming to get you, and they're coming to get you right now, you go, oh, I'm going to kill myself.
Omega. This is I got the culprit right here for what we're going through right now, and it's me. Because I'm being reminded last time I had you on the stream, we went.
No, but last time I was talking about the women. I was talking about the women.
Stop. Omega, we're gonna wrap up the show. We're gonna wrap up the show.
It's been like 4 hours.
I gotta wrap up the show because I think you're about to wrap it up for us in a way that I'll have to re-edit the video. So hold on, everybody, nobody say anything. It's been a great stream. Thank you for the 94 people that are here right now. Please like, subscribe, come onto the YouTube side of the world, not the X side of the world. We had a great time. It's 4 hours and 4 minutes, one of the longest streams we've ever done. I'm going to go get something to eat. I'm going to go take some Benadryl because I am dried out now, and I am going to salvage the show. So what we're going to do is everybody is going to back away from the microphone while I end the show. Everybody just hold tight to where they are.
Well, no, if you want, I could sign off and you could keep it going. You don't have to.
No. We're good.
I'll be out.
No, it's 4 hours. It's 4 hours.
I didn't know that people were like wanted to see Hitler have a happy ending. I thought it was
Omega. I'm trying to save the show, not from any further minutes. I'm trying to save these minutes that we've recorded. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Axel. Thank you, Forth. Thank you, Clint. Brad, you're obligated, I guess, to be here. No, what, everybody? No, nothing. Bye.